Good afternoon, everyone. I call to order the Cincinnati Public School Board work session for August 30th, 2023. Excited for a lovely afternoon together. Ms. Wagner, whenever you're ready, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Bolton? Here. Mr. Craig? Ms. Jones? Here. Dr. Moffitt? Here. Mr. Morosky?
Here.
Mrs. Weinberg? President Lindy?
Here. Thanks, everybody. We're going to go straight into our really only item today, which is the board governance training on progress monitoring with our friends Cindy and Ray, who are visiting from the Council of Great City Schools. Welcome back to Cincinnati.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I think we'll...
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. We're excited to be back. I'm excited now to join you. You've spent the last year working really diligently as a group to establish your goals. The superintendent over the summer and her team have created now interim guardrails, and we're going to really discuss today what does it mean for the board to begin to monitor those interim goals, those interim guardrails. And if you didn't like us last year, you're really not going to like us this year. So yes. So we're going to put that out there up front. We started off with really sharing with you the student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Last year, we say, is that what the band says? I like it. But the challenge this year, what you've created last year, is really what your goals are. As I talked about the interim guardrails, we'll talk more about that. But this year, what we're going to take you through is actually the adult behavior change that allows the district to really focus on student outcomes as their focus. And Superintendent, if you don't mind, we'd like to talk a little bit about something that you shared. One of the things that was shared as we were preparing for this was the interesting fact that the team, when they were developing the interim guardrails, actually, interim goals and interim guardrails both. But the discussion that was had around what does this mean for our kids and how we're going to move forward, that is what you really want the team focused on. You want them waking up in the morning thinking about how do we accomplish this for kids. You want them driving home, thinking about how do we accomplish this for kids. And it's really the board's focus on that will enable them to focus on that. We'll have a couple of activities today. We're gonna have a couple of games today as well that will help drive that point home. So without further ado, I know that we typically like to have everyone engaged in the process, but given that we've only got a few hours with you today, we're gonna dive in. Superintendent Wright, I'm going to dive in first and ask you to share at the beginning of our process. So we're going to go through each of the goals, and we'll take one goal at a time. We're going to go through each of the goals. I'm going to ask the superintendent to share the goals and then share the interim guardrails with us that were interim goals. Thank you. The goals and the interim goals that the team came up with, just for one goal at a time. And then we'll allow the board to then ask questions about those interim goals. Now, I want to remind you that the board sets the goals, but the superintendent sets the interim goals. And so if the board, you feel free to ask questions as you like about the interim goals, but you can't change the interim goals. Ask questions so that you can get additional detail around what the superintendent means, etc. If the board feels like the superintendent has misunderstood what you were hoping for when you wrote the goal, you can go back and rewrite the goal, but you can't go back and rewrite the interim goals. Does that make sense to everyone? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the process is the superintendent interprets what you meant in the goals. If that interpretation is not what the board intended, then the board can go back and revisit the actual goal as it's written. Superintendent, would you like to dive into the first goal? And just so you'll know, this is really a first iteration of this process. So again, it's a process of making sure that the board and the superintendent are on the same page, so that you move in and move through this process together, so that it's not one unit is moving in one direction, the other is using another. This is really to pull things together. So we have the first goal pulled up, and I will turn things over to the superintendent.
Okay, thank you. So our first goal is focused on our third grade reading scores, our students for third grade reading, and the percentage of third grade readings proficient on the OST will increase from 45% in June 2023 to 61% by June 2027. So as we thought about interim goals, we wanted to make sure that we're monitoring the cohort of students that are in that cohort that will be third grade by 2025. So even though the overall goal is until 2027, we wanted to use this as the first interim goal to monitor the cohort of students to see if we're having the kind of improvement that we anticipate from one year to the next. So looking at next year and the following year, and drilling into that, specifically looking at the cohort, the specific first grade students, their first grade students for this particular, for the SY, for this past school year, they were first graders. So in 24, there will be second graders, and in 25, they will be third graders. So monitoring those students, interim goals for overall students, as well as also being responsive to our focus around minimizing or reducing the gap between our Black students and our Hispanic students as it relates to everyone else. So that was the thought process behind the interim goals for the first overall goal.
Does anyone have questions?
This is not a question. Documents coming around the same ones that we're copies.
So Ray, just to be clear on the process, am I to continue going, or do I wait to see if there are questions, or what's best for?
Yeah, does anyone have questions about? No questions? Okay.
Okay. None? All right, so we go to the second goal, which this goal specifically speaks to our sixth grade population and the closing the gap between our African American, Hispanic, and multiracial students in the sixth grade on the OST, to make sure that we're shrinking that gap as well. So looking at following the same logic in the cohort, monitoring the students, starting with this year's fourth grade students, so that by the time it's 2025, those students are in the sixth grade, and looking at specifically where they are on our benchmark criteria for each of the populations that we've referenced. So students that identify as multiracial, students that identify as African American, and students that identify as Hispanic. Keep going.
Anyone have any questions? So before you keep going, I'm gonna dive in and model,
Okay.
if you will. But in the first two goals, I want to let you go through first. But in your first, in the three interim goals that you set with goal number 1, and the 3 interim goals that you set for goal number 2, you've called out specific groups by ethnicity. So why in your interim goals did you call out those groups by ethnicity, and what was important about those groups that made you decide to focus on them?
So thinking about the conversations that have been had with the board, thinking about going through the overall goals and guardrails process, there's been a lot of conversation around the expectations and the performance of our African American students and our Hispanic students. So wanted to start with that, and as a part, so that it shows up as a priority in every one of the goals. So even though that particular goal for the third grade reading was really responsive just to overall third graders, beginning the conversation so that it becomes consistent around those populations, even starting with just the third grade, even though our overall goal was for sixth grade, we want to start to monitor that as well as we're going from year to year.
So one additional question, as you and your team were identifying kind of root causes that you needed to address in order to hit the goal that the board has set, did these groups by ethnicity show up as being a particular challenge, or what was the reasoning behind that as you looked at the root cause analysis?
Yeah, so we don't have the official data yet from this past school year, but looking at data from previous school years, it's pretty consistent in each area. So whether that's academic performance, whether it's discipline, whether it's percentage of students that are involved in upper level coursework, our minority students trail behind our white students. And so, and the board has identified that as a concern. And so the data supports that concern. And so determining the follow-up to monitor that data. I think that there are a lot of conversation around the root cause, things that many of us in the room are familiar with. Many of our students don't come to school on grade level. And so we spend a lot of time working to get our students on grade level. We have really good, we have 5-star pre-K programming, but all of our students that come to us don't always go to pre-K. And so we want to start to monitor that and monitor from the very beginning. So that was the reason. And a lot of the root causes just go along with all of the other things that we know about working with urban students.
So perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to share that with you all, just because as you look at the interim goals and then ultimately the interim guardrails, what you're going to want to think about is we've established the goal for the community. The superintendent has established the interim goals, but we want to be able to articulate, here's why we're going in this direction. Here's the root cause that was done. So as board members, you're fully aware of, yes, the superintendent narrowed the focus, but understanding why the narrowing of the focus is going to help achieve the goal. Does that make sense to everyone? So I know there weren't any questions, but I just wanted to ask that just so you could get a feel for what should I be thinking about as a board member as I'm hearing the superintendent describe the interim goals to me and then ultimately interim guard.
Voted to approve a change basis. And so I hear your point on strategy, on focus. I agree with everything you said. As I choke on my crouton, the only other thing that felt important to me is this is, I think, a nice example of us directing our attention at some of the values that we said should be part of our policies. And then there's an equity policy that creates that. It's also excellent and important, but it just feels like there are multiple reasons why this kind of focus at a board superintendent level is important with values. Yeah, you all heard me. For posterity, I was referencing our anti-racism policy, and everything I said was extraordinary.
Yeah. So just so you know, the conversation that you just had, the question that I just raised, helps your community understand why. So it helps the community understand, here's why we're going in this direction. Here's how this builds on what we heard from the community as we did community listening. Here's how it helps the community understand the direction of the district and have confidence in this is where we're headed and this is why. That makes sense.
And I think if I could also add the thing about this process that's, everybody's had their own types of growing pains, going through the process, right? Because it's change and it's different and it's a different kind of alignment. And I think for me, with the level of data focus I have, what's been challenging for me about this process is identifying a group. Because while we identify a group to be very specific to the goal, at the same time, we still have to focus on the other groups. So, and the other data and the other information. And so while this may be what we're doing deep work around, this may be what we are, as a group, this is what we're doing deep work around, we're doing deep review around, we would still make sure that there is a review and a meter stick, a dashboard, if you will, to monitor other grade levels as well. because it's just third grade that's in the goal, it is not our expectation that fourth grade is not showing improvement, fifth grade is not showing improvement, so forth and so on. So I just want to just publicly say that, because I think that that's really important. And that was also something to really work with our team on and thinking through the process. This may allow us to really be strategic in this area, but at the same time, we have a whole other population of students that we also have to make sure that they're getting what they need collectively as well.
So I think that's important to share for the board as well. Quite often what I share with boards, we talk about the vision of the district. So the board, we talk about the board sets the vision. From that vision, you develop your goals, your board goals. It's important to note that the vision is the vision that you have is that vision just for some kids in the district? Is that vision just for certain student groups in the district? What's the vision for? When you develop a board vision, what is that for? It's for all kids. It's for all kids. So that's the important thing. Your vision is developed for all students. And so this is our expectation for what the district will accomplish for all students. The goals are saying, here's where we want to prioritize, but that priority doesn't mean that we take the focus off of all students, because the vision encompasses all. The other thing that's important about that is, do we ever say when we create goals and interim goals that we're going to focus on raising the achievement for these students? Do we ever say, now let's take all of the district's resources and put them just on these students? Do we say take all the district's resources and they're only going to these students? The answer to that is no. All the district's resources still go to support all the students in the district as it relates to that vision. Does that make sense? And then what the board is saying, we want you to prioritize the specific goals or grade levels that we've identified. So I hope that makes sense to you all, that you're not excluding students by saying prioritize the goals that we've established. Does that help?
I don't know who to. You or I'll get all three of you. Whoever raises their hand to say yes, I'll go with that. Just a quick thing, the superintendent raised a good issue from a standpoint of any of these published documents that we have, or when we post something on the website with these good things, it wouldn't be a bad idea with an asterisk or whatever to explain just that.
Mm-hmm.
Just as part of letting the community understand that these are focus areas, but it doesn't mean to the detriment of anybody else. It's just where we have kind of pinpointed where that the intensity has to be or something. Just because people get confused. You're absolutely right on that. People get confused. Well, what about my kids?
Right.
So I think every time we publish or post, it would be good to say something along that line.
Yeah, I think the other thing, again, when you look at budgeting, things like that, again, your budgeting process as a board, you're going to look for your goals being highlighted, the interim goals being highlighted in the budgeting process. So tell us, how are you specifically addressing these interim goals that you've established? So you want to see it show up in the budget. You want to see it show up in staffing. You want to see it show up in the programs and the strategy. But at the same time, what you recognize is that we're not going to undo supports for all students because they're part of the broader vision. So, yep. Go ahead. So you want to take on, if there aren't any other questions other than me asking questions, sorry, you want to take on goal number 3?
Sure. So for goal number 3, and this moves into Algebra 1, and we know for Algebra 1, it's really, really important that we set that as a goal, because Algebra 1 is one of the gatekeeper courses for our students for graduation. So in order for students to graduate from high school, they have to pass Algebra 1 or the equivalent in order for them to graduate. And so the kind of following the same conversation, we have a population of students that take algebra. Most of our students take Algebra 1 in 9th grade, but we do have a population of students that take Algebra 1 in 8th grade. And so the scores for Algebra 1 are based on first-time test takers. So you see in the interim goals, it's monitoring both 6th graders that would be in that first cohort, because they would be 8th grade by 2025, and 7th graders that would be in the 7th grade cohort for last year, because they will be 9th graders by 2025. So making sure that we're looking at both of those groups. And the assessment that we use right now, it's MAP. I don't know if that assessment will remain the same, but essentially monitoring the performance of the 6th grade students on the benchmark assessment for 6th grade, for 7th grade, and then going back again exclusively to the African American population as well to monitor for 7th grade also.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Act like you've been here before. Superintendent, you asked about, or you mentioned that it might not stay now. Can you, is that iReady you're thinking about?
It could be.
Or is there another thing you were thinking about?
It could be. We have expanded the use. There's been a lot of interest from our teachers because of the the kind of information that was available in iReady as an assessment, because it allows really the way that you drill into the deficits and the areas of focus. So there's been a lot of conversation around whether or not we maintain the MAP assessment or whether we use iReady instead. And so really it's for me, it's not necessarily which the assessment is, but monitoring those particular groups. But right now, for this year, it is MAP.
So the other thing I just want to point out in response to that as well is remember the interim goals can change annually, although you want to make sure that they are keeping the focus on whether or not the district is going to hit the goal that's been established by 2027. So if the assessment changes, you'll want to get as a board, okay, help us understand how the switch in assessment still helps us understand whether or not we're making progress toward the goal that we've set. Does that make sense? Is there a national comparison? Is there something that you can do to help us understand that in that switch, we're still making progress?
So this year we have, in our K-8 schools, there was the desire for the majority of them, I think actually we were at all of them, to use iReady for the assessment as well, because they were using it already with their K-5 students. And so we'll have some information this year. We won't have it for last year, but we'll have for FY23, but we'll have some information for FY24 as we begin to monitor the interim goals that will talk about where we're seeing students on MAP and where we're seeing students on iReady, so such that by the end of the year, it gives more data around, the projectability.
Just one quick question from my thought process also with this is that I know as you're looking at 6th and 7th grade scores, have we seen or do we know of that there's a correlation between a certain level of performance on their scores in 6th grade and 7th grade that would relate to their likelihood of them passing algebra 1, kind of that idea that typically if you can read at a 3rd grade level, then you'll be able to grow up to the 4th grade. That idea is math. Are we seeing some of the same patterns so we know where that point is to say this is that interim mark?
Yeah, so I think the real answer for it, that's a pretty much an absolute, is proficient. So that the scores that you're looking at in the grades, by the time students move up to Algebra 1, if they've been proficient each year, before they take their Algebra 1 assessment, they have a greater likelihood of passing the Algebra 1 assessment. So I think that's the kind of the start for that part of it. The difference is knowing, really drilling into where the deficits are in terms of skills development before students get to Algebra 1. And that's one of the differences in the assessments. Like the one assessment, both of them have the same kind of correlation. Like if you're looking at, predictability, they both have a very, very similar predictability. The difference in the two is that MAP shares with you, if the students continue to perform in this way, then this is how they would likely perform on the assessment. But there are really not strategies in between there that say what you then need to do to try to get to proficiency. So then teachers would create the different activities that go along with it. There are not really links for for those activities. There are some, you know, applications that could be used, but they're not built in already to the system. So that's what you get from MAP. For iReady, the difference is same kind of correlation, same kind of linkage, same kind of predictability. But the difference is it gives then, it's both diagnostic and prescriptive. So it gives you, yes, we're diagnosing that this is the problem, but this is the prescription for what you do about the problem to then get to improvement. And I think that that's why, I can't say I think, I know that that's why more schools and more teachers asked if they could use that resource, you know, now, because it allows them to just be more intentional about the work they're doing with the students.
Yeah, and I think the other part to my head was really around, you know, we know that as you go up in grade, your proficiency score levels tend to not stay consistent as a pattern, right? So, you know, while you may be proficient at second grade, it's not a guarantee that the same level of students will be proficient at third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, and up. And so I'm just wondering, also thinking about that from a perspective of, are we also going to be using either test? How are we measuring what's the level that we would want to get folks at, where we then would say, we feel comfortable that they're proficient, that this percentage of people are proficient, that we can, that it'll reach our goal? I guess is maybe the question I was wondering. We don't have specific numbers yet still, and so.
So for the benchmark for both MAP and iReady, when you take the assessment, it gives you, based on how students perform on that assessment, it gives you a predictability toward proficiency. So that's each time you take the assessment. So when we review it, we would review it as a part of the monitoring conversation around, based on this, you know, and what we found, you know, the linkage study for Ohio is a little bit, it's a little bit, students score higher on the assessment than iReady gives them that they'll score on the assessment. And so that's a positive, because when you start looking at it, it doesn't give you a false narrative, if that makes sense. Looking at the information in some of the other states, it's not necessarily always within that 3 to 5 percentage points that you would expect. So it gives you that. But the advantage is when we take the assessments twice a year. At the beginning of the school year, that gives us our baseline, and at the middle of the school year. And at the middle of the school year, based on that information, yes, you get the students that are predicted to be proficient, but you also get students that are very close to proficiency based on how they performed on the assessment. So there's some opportunity to do some self-correction within that, some additional intervention services within that as well. So you get the same kind of data at the beginning of the year to start the prescription as you get in the middle of the year before you take the assessment. And if there's true correlation at the end of it, what we see should be about the same, slightly higher than what we actually see on the actual assessment at the end of the year.
And I was just going to add, just because I have a student who's a 9th grader, so having to take that algebra already. If you look back and you started from the 3rd grade to see, I know that they were taking different tests. They were taking the MAP. And so now with taking the iReady, being able to go back in 3rd grade to seeing how many students were proficient, then seeing how many students were proficient in the 4th, and then the 5th and the 6th. And I will say that that is a good indicator, but I do think sometimes I'm not quite sure why some students are falling off, whether it's into the 5th to the 6th, then getting into the 7th and 8th and not performing at proficiency level, like you were talking about with the deficits or whatever. So my concern would be just making sure to really look at that data, the data, to see how many students indeed move from 3rd to 4th to 5th to 6th to 7th and 8th, and now that they are taking the algebra in 9th or 8th, and seeing how the past scores reflected towards them.
Yeah, so when we look back at correlative data, looking at it in cohorts, and we did this actually as a part of, we've done it as a part of our ELT meetings as well. But when we look at cohorts, and cohorts assume a lot, right? Cohorts assume that you're looking at the same kids from year to year. Right. And we realize that we're not looking at the same kids from year to year because our students have more transiency. So we're asking for this year, when we start going through cohort, pull out the students that weren't there before, so that we are truly comparing apples to apples as we look at where the challenges are. What we see in the correlative data, and we track the students from 3rd grade all the way through, and I want to say that was, did we start at 2016? You remember when we did it? 2016, 2017. We tracked those students because they were we tracked it from the beginning to the students that were taking Algebra 1 now. And those students, right around 5th grade, is where you begin to see the cohort decline.
Mm-hmm.
But, and
Absolutely right.
that was before COVID.
Mhm.
And so to that point, that it opens up, we don't want to make assumptions around it,
Right.
but it opens up a lot of other questions. So
Absolutely.
the first question that you have is, do we have the appropriately aligned curriculum? Because there's been a curriculum change since then as well.
Yes.
So do we have the appropriately aligned curriculum? Are we actually looking at the standards and testing and preparing students in class every day with the kind of experiences that they're going to see on the assessment? So when we really go deep into that work, that's the kind of thing that we look at from starting at the beginning to going to where we are now. And we see where their deficits are. I mean, even in the preliminary data that I've shared with the board, we can see there, from those cohorts, where the challenges have been when we look at it that way.
No, it's exciting to see, especially with the data as it works out that way.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up, you mentioned our K-8 buildings were taking an additional test or wanted to maintain taking a particular test. I still remain very interested, and we've talked about this before, I remain interested in comparing how our different types of buildings, not programmatically, but just type of building, performance is. How are the PK6s performing necessarily, or the kids from those buildings are performing in comparison to the PK8s or the K12s? I mean, is there a system that we're not a system? Is there a format of placement and culture or whatever that might be making performance different or more or less successful as to how we do this?
So we're preparing for that for this year as we get
Okay.
ready for the data, the full data to come out. What we've looked at already is just the preliminary information, and just looking at it preliminarily, we do see in some areas a higher performance for 7th grade students that are in K-8 buildings versus 7th grade students that are in high school buildings. Now I'm making a blanket statement. So let's pull Walnut out of that conversation, because somebody will be watching this and they'll say that I just said that. So let's pull Walnut out of the conversation. Right, let's pull Walnut out of the conversation. But that's one thing that we see. The challenge with it is, I also don't want to, I want to make sure that we look at that data for a period of like a trend data in terms of that, because I also don't want to move to an assumption that that's the thing that's making the difference. So I think so this year, the way we're looking at it, and that request was discussed earlier when we talked about the data. This year, what we're preparing for in terms of presentation is to present it pre-K6, pre-K8, and then the other populations where we have overlap, so that we're able to look at it that way and call out any trend information that we may see, so we can do deeper study around it.
Thank you, that makes sense. The last thing on that is, as we look back, I know one of the things that we used to do in the district where I taught is every year kind of comparing where you were to the state. And were you closing the gap between your district and the state, or were you in one district being so much higher than the rest of the state? I just think that comparison has some interest to it for us too along the way.
I agree.
Okay, thanks.
So something you said might engage my data geek mind. When you said we make an assumption about the students being the same in the cohort when we know that they're different. My wonder is, are we looking at the teachers that are changing within that same cohort? Because it also assumes that the same group of students are staying with the same group of teachers. So is that skill set changing? Is that one of the factors that might be variable?
So I don't know that we've assumed that the same group of students are staying with the same group of teachers, because I think the design of what happens in schools, not all teachers teach the same grade every year. Not all teachers teach the same subject every year.
Right.
But in terms of the students, The point around that is when we look at blanket cohort data, there isn't just an inherent assumption that it's the same kids. So you can have a few students that show up or remove, and it changes the dynamic of the data. So I just think that that's a point for us to also address as we talk about it. But we've not necessarily made the assumption the teachers are the same.
So that would apply if it's from cohort to cohort, not within the same cohort.
That's
Right, 'cause
correct.
they're going to move on to a new teacher.
That's
anyway. Got
correct.
it.
That's correct. Now, what we did do for last year, and we don't break it down this way until after we get all of the official data, but we did do across all schools, all teachers, and and all grades that were tested, and what their proficiency information was for that year. And so the reason that was good is because as we were going into school buildings, we knew already, okay, in this classroom last year, this teacher was teaching this grade, and this is what the students did, and this is how it changed from one year to another. So it offered some an initial, points of pride already in terms of, okay, what was happening in this space that made the difference. And we already have the template for that for this year, so that once all the official data is done, then we can do the same thing and then use that with principals as well and at schools, so that we're seeing this is where we've had improvement, what happened that was different, if we're not seeing those same trends across the district.
Thank you. So with that, I think we'll go on to goal 4.
Okay.
But just want to warn you ahead of time that the questions that you're asking right now are really, really technical questions about how iReady and MAP overlap, how that overlaps with the state assessment and the course exam and Algebra 1, et cetera. This is the perfect time for asking those types of technical questions. So I want to warn you, make sure you ask now, because once we get into the process and you actually start monitoring, we're going to take those types of technical questions off the table. And we're actually going to push back on you if you're asking technical questions and say, nope, you're going to focus on more strategic questions. And we'll talk more about what that looks like as we go through the process. But I just want to give you a warning. You're not going to like us when we push back and say, nope, that's a technical question. Stick to a different type of questioning when you're monitoring how the district is making progress toward the goals.
Ray, with
So go
that
ahead.
warning,
Mhm.
with that warning, can I ask another technical question? I don't know, this might be it's not strategic, but then this is just a theory of action or theory of change. I see every year the increase or the improvement that we're hoping for or working toward is the same number. And in some theories of change and movement, change doesn't necessarily happen
Correct.
on a regular basis incrementally.
Correct.
And there's some thought that you make a big push in the middle of the year or whatever. I mean, is that enter into it, or is this I don't want to use the word convenient, but I'm going to use that word. Is this
I do.
an easier way to do it? Because some theories say actually trying to do the same amount each time may not get you
Correct.
where you want to go.
I'll let Ray start first, and I know he's the expert on this
No,
particular one. We talked
I
about this
just
a lot.
want to, so that's a great question. And so what I want to share is you're exactly right. One of the things that we often share is even in that first year, you may not see any growth at all. You might not see any progress. You might see negative growth. The reason for that is what? Now that you've established these goals, what is the superintendent going to do with this school year, particularly with the budget cycle that's coming? What's the superintendent going to do? Superintendent, her team.
I don't know. Well, I'll just say it. It may not be right. But I guess I'm thinking that what she's going to do as this unfolds is really how to figure out how to align the resources and the dollars to the plan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And right now, those resources and dollars.
Yay!
Yay. Yeah. Right now, those resources board has established, here's our goals, here's the interim goals, all those resources need to be realigned. They're not going to be there for this school year. Now, it still doesn't mean that there might not be progress, but it might not be the same level of progress that is established in the goal. And so the board has to understand, and it's built into the evaluation process, so you'll see it, but the board has to understand that this is a long-term, we're playing a long game here. We want long-term success, and we recognize that there may be a transition process, or there may be a dip and a big jump. But our objective as the board is to monitor whether or not we're hearing the strategies and the things that we have, and whether or not the superintendent is meeting those interim goals in a way that says we're going to get there long-term. Does that make sense? We can go ahead.
It does. And I think the other thing I would add, and your observation was the same challenge that I had in doing the annual targets, because you know what experience says, and even in talking to teams that have been looking at data across the country or across looking at the comparisons, a lot of times the first year of the change in a superintendent, data declines the first year because there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of change, there's a lot of difference. And so then going into that second year, sometimes you see a greater improvement. Sometimes you see a nominal improvement, so if you think about large numbers, and we're talking about large numbers of students, if there is a 1% increase, that's pretty substantial when you're thinking about overall increase. The challenge is 1% won't get us to our end goal. So me writing that in as a target area is I just could not physically write that down. And so thinking about where we're looking, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And so thinking about where we actually end up with data for this year will give us really a better idea of how we then are looking at how we change those the annual pluses or minuses within that, so that we're looking at it overall. So I definitely agree, because I know that just from experiences, the rate of increase is not the same every year. And there's some years that you get a big bump in one area, and then the next year you may have a decline in the same area. So just trying to make sure that we are monitoring it along the way, so that at the end of that 4-year period, we're meeting the goals that we set for within the goal.
One last part of that too, your resources change, as we've all just talked about Monday.
Is there an expectation at the end of the first year, there's like a reset of the future years? Because if you blow out, like on that example up there, if you get better than a 10% increase, then the rest of the years might be too easy, right? So if you got, instead of 28%, she got, or 26%, she got 36% the first year, you reset the second year to 46%. To keep that challenge going now.
Yeah, no, the objective is to hit, so the overall target is by 2027 to hit 56%. The in-between targets can vary, but the objective is to hit 56. Now, if you hit 56 in 2025 or 2026, if you hit 56, then now you've accomplished the goals, you just accomplished it a year or two early. Does that make sense? At that point, you can reset the goal, but you don't do it on an annual basis because the overall target is still the overall target.
Got it.
Okay, so now we're at goal 4. Yes. Okay, so goal 4 is the increase of the percentage of our students graduating, our minority students specifically, African American, Hispanic, and multiracial students graduating with college credit plus courses. College credit plus credit or a workforce credential will increase by 2027 from 16% to 56%. And the interim targets that we're looking at, you say, wow. Yeah, I thought you said, wow. Okay, the interim goals that are there is starting the same thing with the cohorts. So this one, there was a lot of discussion around this within our team, because the one thing that we came back to with the interim goal is that it had to be a SMART goal. So it had to be something that it had to be specific, measurable, all of the things that we know SMART to be. So, some would say here, why wouldn't we look at student performance in a class, i.e. school student grades? Because that's subjective. And so it doesn't give us an actual goal that we can set that's a SMART goal. So going back to something that is smart, that's measurable, and that's objective. That was the reason that we didn't go with student grade. So I just kind of want to put that out to start with, because when our team started working through this, from some of our team members, that was one of the questions that they asked. And we had to come back to the guidance that we have been provided around making sure that the goals were smart. So the first is for the cohort, and this is the cohort that will be seniors by 2025. We want to make sure that we are seeing an increase on their math assessment for 10th grade. And that's the, how the students are performing in terms of the data. The thought process behind that is if we have more students that are increasing in terms of a level of proficiency at the 10th grade level, then it gives us more of a population of students to start with that would then align with the CCP coursework. And all students have opportunity to work with the a credential course as well. So actually working through what that looks like for credentials. So that was the first. The second, and this one was put in here because there was a lot of conversation at the board level when we were talking about the goals. There was a lot of conversation around CCP about the number of female students and whether or not they were actually getting the CCP courses as well as the College Credit Plus courses. So we made a specific goal to also focus on our female students and what their numbers were in terms of how they were performing on math as well. And then the last is enrollment. Like, we want more students to get the credit, but how many students are actually enrolled in the coursework, and being able to compare that from year to year as well.
So I have just two quick questions. First is around, and I think the idea is that folks who are achieving or are proficient on at their reading level at the 10th grade level will be able to then complete the coursework or complete the necessary work that would be required to get either credential or the CCP credit. It's kind of why we were looking at reading specifically, correct?
Yeah, so it actually, I think, is more of a data point than an absolute, right?
Okay.
So it tells us more, if there are children that are not proficient in reading, in terms of the math assessment, that can be very successful in a CCP course. So I don't think it's a if-then kind of statement. Like, you have to be at this level in order for you to take a CCP course and pass the course. Mm-hmm. But it just gives us a data point to say, as we're thinking about the denominator, i.e. how many students are in that cohort, of that denominator, how many students are proficient, because you would like to think that that's where you start. If the students are proficient, if a child is proficient in the 10th grade on the math assessment, there is no reason that they should not be enrolled in a CCP course, and there's no reason that they can't pass it. So that it just gives a data point.
And then kind of the second thought for me as well, I think there's the increase in students taking or enrolled in either a CCP or a CT course is somewhat controlled by what we offer throughout the district. And so I think that the other thought process in my head is, around that idea of, again, as we go forward, as we move back, are we at a place where we have the capacity to offer something for students to be able to get to 56% with the credit or credential? And I think that's the only thing I guess maybe is I'm a little bit wondering in essence of how we say they're enrolled.
Right. So I think there are two responses to that. The first is we offer CCP courses in every one of our high schools. So there's access for students across the district to take CCP courses. There's more work for us to do around making sure that the courses that we offer are also the courses that students want to take at those particular schools. But there's a lot of opportunity for that, because the CCP courses, can also be taken on campus as well. So there is the focus there. For CTE coursework, we offer CTE program at every one of the schools as well. However, every program does not necessarily have a credential that goes along with it. So the areas where we can get student credentials, we're working now to make sure that all of the students have access to that. So an example of one of those, Stop the Bleed is one. It's an approved credential. It's something that we offer, and it had been offered in a variety of places, but we had not really put a system in place where we could offer it across the district. So in having some additional discussion discussion around it, you know, my thought was, and working with the team, if this is a credential that students get, and it's this credential that they need, that they can use toward graduation, let's get it done in 9th grade. Let's get every student with the credential.
Yep.
So that's one less thing that they have to focus on by the time they get to graduation. And schools for 9th and 10th grade students, so that by the time they get to 12th grade, that's a credential that they already have. That's an increase as we think about credentials. So just an idea of how we're thinking through it.
So if I may, before we go on, I know you're asking about whether or not there are enough courses to make that happen. Part of one of the reasons why you set goals and interim goals is you may or may not have enough courses right now to make that happen. That's not the board's responsibility. It's the board's responsibility to say, we agree with this, we think this is important. And then for the superintendent to figure out, do I have enough courses to make this happen? Now I've got to figure out how to make that happen. So it's you're just saying, not necessarily, you can ask, but it's not you're even asking about it. It's, okay, yes, you said that's what you're going to accomplish. You've got to figure out what resources need to be in place to make that happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and again, like more than my purpose in asking the question is that thought process is to, if this is something we're striving to do and this is something we're going to do as a district, that we've committed ourselves to get to that 56% by 2027, what are we saying that would look like? Is it going to be more the CCP than the CTE or that type of deal? And I think one of the things that you actually provide a little bit of clarity for me on understanding is that there are some CTE courses that are credentialed, which is actually the goal. There are some CTE courses that are not credentialed, which would not necessarily meet our goal that we set. And so like maybe that was a little bit of a distinguishing that it was helpful to understand kind of the thought process in creating an interim goal.
Well, an excellent point for why we're going through this process as well, because if the superintendent's interpretation of your goal is not what you expected, then you've got to go back and do what? You got to go back and do what?
Clarify the goal, but I mean,
You got to clarify the goal. That's
Yeah.
what I wanted you to make sure we focus on. You've got to go back and clarify the goal so that the goal, and so her interpretation of the goal with the interim goals is reflective of the goal that you intended.
I totally understand what you're saying, but then, my issue would be then the superintendent has to tell us, this is what I need or we need. She's not going to be able to produce that. We have to produce that. So, I mean, it's not, she can't produce, let's say we're doing more courses or we're doing more of this. We're the ones that are supposed to be coming up. You need that, then we have to,
Nope.
revise code. We have to find the money to do that.
Yeah, no, what the superintendent is going to do is bring to you, here are the things that need to be changed in terms of resource allocation, et cetera. And as a board, one of the things for all of these goals and interim goals, as a board, you need to be prepared for, we're going to have to make adjustments, and we're going to have to understand what adjustments the superintendent wants to make, but we're going to have to be willing to support some of those adjustments to then accomplish these. You can say no, you can vote it up or down, but you're going to ask the superintendent. If you vote it down, you're asking the superintendent, go back, rethink, change your strategy, come up with a different strategy, bring it back to us. You can do that, but it's still the superintendent saying, here's what I need in order to accomplish this, and here's what I need in order for our team to make progress.
I think the one thing that was also brought to light for me in looking at this goal, and I do want us to talk about it now if we can, is that we have a population of students. So this is about students getting an advanced coursework, right? So either they're getting a college credit or they're getting a credential. We left out of here advanced placement because there are a population of students that take AP courses, but they don't take college credit plus courses, but it's still the equivalent if they pass the AP class. So I don't know if there's anything I mean, that's just looking at the goal overall, and that's maybe something to think about moving forward in the next iteration. But I think that included in here, we should think about the caveat of students, and maybe we'll just share that information. Maybe we add that as an interim goal.
I think that's one of the things you could add it as an interim goal. What I've often seen is college credit or equivalent.
Yeah, that would.
And so if you say college credit or equivalent, then a 3 or better on an AP test is the equivalent of a dual enrollment
Right.
course.
And
That makes
I mean, and there's still work for us to do in that space as well. But I don't want those students not to be included as getting the college credit, when in all actuality, if they make a 3 or higher on the test, they do get the college credit. So that's just something to consider in terms of looking at overall what is our end game. And I think our end game is students getting the college credit, not just that they're taking the college credit plus courses, because there are a couple ways for that to happen.
Just for clarity, so I'm hearing I'm hearing the suggestion that this might be an example where we would change it now. Is that what you're saying? No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she would change. She has to change the interim goal. So if she wants to augment the interim goal, she can present that change to you. And you can just say, okay, we have a new understanding.
Yeah, everybody's addressed it.
So I just want to add, excuse me, part of the reason why I am focusing on College Credit Plus versus AP is because College Credit Plus is free to our students, relatively free. AP has a cost associated with that on the back end for paying for the test, to paying for the result to go, versus College Credit Plus is relatively free. It was when I studied it. So they could take the course and so everyone, it would be like an equity issue, not just an exposure issue. I do want to ask about staffing, because to Vice President Craig's point slightly, we do have a variety of courses, but we don't have a variety of teachers that are able to teach or certified to teach College Credit Plus courses, because there is an additional piece that comes with that. So, and also there is an additional recommendation, regardless of AP or College Credit Plus, that students have to have in order to even be referred to that, or else again, it was in 19 and 20. So in addition to the numerical piece, the quantitative piece, I'm also interested in what are we doing on the back end for exposure? Because I think if our students are, maybe it's an issue of not a lot of students are being recommended for College Credit Plus. That would in turn increase the number that are exposed to and or subsequently take and complete College Credit Plus courses, or even the workforce credential. There's an awareness piece on the staffing side and the family side. And I don't quite see that in the interim goals, which I'm wondering if that's where it should be. And have you thought about that a little bit?
So in terms of the College Credit Plus coursework, the way that we have really looked at the curriculum starting now is to make sure that we're preparing in the curriculum, in the rollout of the curriculum, opportunities for students to be exposed to higher level information as a part of the curriculum, starting in the 3rd grade, so that it's not just by the time they get to high school when they could be eligible for a College Credit Plus course. So I agree with you around exposure. I think the district has, if I talk to the college team, they would share that more students are taking College Credit Plus courses now, but there is a gateway space there, which is one of the reasons that it's important to look at how students are performing. You know, in a lot of places, there was the removal of testing to get into college, but some of that score, how students score on a placement exam, still applies to courses that we have right now. So we can't really remove the requirement for that. Some courses have it, some courses don't. You know, so we have to make sure that the students are able to pass the college readiness test to make sure that they're able to go into the courses. So I think that that's one on that end. I think the second is there is opportunity for teachers to get credentialed for College Credit Plus. And we have a lot of teachers across our district that are already credentialed for College Credit Plus. And there was additional support from the district in terms of helping teachers to get credentialed as well. So I think where I'm digging into the earlier question that Board Member Craig answered is across the schools, there's access to some level of coursework. But now there has to be the conversation around how much of that coursework is available at that school and how we're responding to that piece. I think that that's the second piece. In terms of the AP part of it, I want to do some deeper study around that, just from personal experience, you know, having two kids, one that got 26 AP credits and the other one that got 15, they didn't pay one dime for those credits to be attached to their school. So the difference is, while College Credit Plus is we cover that, just like we pay for AP coursework. So it's not necessarily an issue for the student if they get a 3 or higher. Now, some institutions require a 4, but based on AP, a 3 is considered passing. So it still gives an opportunity for students to get a college credit and for the coursework that they take. So I'll do some additional research that I've never heard that before across the board at all. And so it could be something specific to a specific institution and their requirements. And so we would want to know how to work through that, because that's not the way that College Board has designed AP. So it should not be designed that any parent has to. The school pays, or the school district covers the cost of the test. So it should not be where any parent has to pay for their child to get a credential or a transcript that they've already earned as a college student. So we can do more work around that.
So sure, I just want to clarify, or if we can, there is that gateway, and students are not being referred to college credit courses. And so again, I think my question is still kind of, where is that part being addressed? Because sometimes it's not that they haven't been exposed to it, they just haven't been offered the opportunity. So from the staffing side, and I know a few students that were like that, and that's why I'm saying that they were never recommended for College Credit Plus courses, and they were great students. They didn't know.
Right.
So part of this could potentially be an exposure issue.
Yeah, I think where that, if I'll answer one more part of that. I think where some of that shows up is the importance of pulling the data around MAP as well. So to your point, that enters a few different ways. I don't think it shows up in the interim goal, but it shows up in the way of work. So there are a few different ways that enters as a data point. One, we should be looking at the actual data for how students are doing on assessment. That's one piece. We should also be looking at students' grades, right? Like what are they earning in the classes that they've taken? And historically, what has that been? And then we cross-reference that for whether or not these students have the criteria to then go into a College Credit Plus class. And I don't know that across the board. I think many of those things are being done, but I don't know how it's still done in isolation, in an isolated way, school by school by school. And so I think where it is for us with our team is to make sure that we're presenting that as an area of focus and starting the conversations with students early about what can happen with them. I think it's no secret for me. I want students to earn an AA before they graduate from our district. And I know that it's possible for that to happen, which is why I talk about early college all the time, because I know that it can happen for our children, and it can be a game changer for a population of students to know that when you graduate, you already graduate with your AA. That's possible through College Credit Plus, where we have students, one student I'm thinking about right now at one of our schools, when they graduate, they're currently, as a senior, fully enrolled at UC. So it happens, but it's not necessarily at the point that it is systemic or a systematic approach to getting there. So I am definitely in alignment. I think it goes back to the equity conversation as well, definitely in alignment with making sure that our students are exposed to as much as possible.
So I want to share two things. The first of which is your AP, your question about AP and AP costs, things like that, is excellent, and it's something that you would want to look for as a board member. When the superintendent presents strategy and how we're going to accomplish this, you would want to see in the budget that we're covering the cost of AP, or we're covering the cost of the test, or et cetera. And so I think that question is perfect, and it's something that as you begin to, as a board, as you begin to say, I want to see in the budget, I want to see in your strategies the types of things that I know are going into place to support students, particularly so that we can maintain equity or grow our equity. The second question I want to point out, and it's something we're going to push back on you on, is the question of parents not necessarily, or kids not necessarily knowing or being invited. Just by establishing this as both a goal and an interim goal, the board has done its job in forcing the superintendent and her staff to think about, how do we accomplish this? But the how, whether they have to engage parents, engage students, what they have to do in terms of the coursework development, et cetera, that how is going to be up to the superintendent. So you may not see from the superintendent, here's how we've engaged parents. You may not see from the superintendent, here's how we're inviting students, because they may have figured out another way to engage students in the coursework that is appropriate and will help them accomplish the goal. And so I just want to raise that we're going to push you away from asking the how questions, because the how really is up to the team. But the fact that you have this as a goal, they've already, and I think the superintendent started when they started talking about this particular goal by saying, our team put deep thought into what does this look like? How do we accomplish this? As a board, you're 75% of the way there. You've got to monitor it now, but just forcing them to think about it is far more than you would have accomplished if you hadn't set the goal. Does that make sense? Because now they're thinking about it in ways that they hadn't before because you set the goal, which is really, from a governance standpoint, that is your job. Does that make sense?
Okay, so going on to goal 5, and we thought not to get too exciting right here around goal 5. We would keep it really specific to the thing that it was, and that was the first, monitoring the number of students each year with credits for graduation, where they are with being on target for graduation, and the percentage of students, and this is for the 10th grade, again, that cohort that will be seniors in 25, but where they are, whether or not they're on track with their number of seals for where they are with seals for graduation as well. So there's not a requirement around the number of seals that students get each year, but there is the expectation that they have passed a certain number of courses each year, a certain number of units that they need to have. So we started to monitor that, and we've included seals, but that really is a sharing of where they are in terms of the seals, and making sure that they're, prepared for that information. So those were the two that we put there in terms of monitoring, in terms of the interim goals.
So when we say on track from a credits aspect, there are certain classes, for instance, that you have to have completed, in order to be counted in their graduation totals. As well, there are other students who, with abilities and special needs, that may have different pathways in their cohort. So are those all part of that definition of what on track means? Maybe you can clarify a little bit of that part.
It is. We have, for the first time in the format that we have it, a student progression plan. The entire team worked on that process for about 4 months. So after, in policy, there was a policy update around acceleration, around all of the grading and all of that. So that policy led us to really having a clear student progression plan so that we understood how students move from year to year to year and what happens with students when they don't meet those expectations. So that's across the district as an administrative guideline. The team worked on it. School counselors were involved in the process. There were a lot of people involved in creating that and now socializing it throughout the district. So based on that, that's monitored in a dashboard as well, where at the end of, for each of the cohort years, at the end of the graduation time, we can then say, this is the percentage of students because they've passed or because they've earned these credits. We're in a semesterized system. So because they've earned those credits, that they're on track in terms of graduation.
Remember CCP, but like for some reason
On track,
track.
yes, yeah, pretty normally that would happen. This is great.
There used to be a dashboard that, I don't know if it's still being used or not.
It's
but-
brand new.
Okay. So I have a question about, you talked about the budget, how this is financed, right? How all this work is financed. I'm trying to figure out how this work moves forward and fits into our budget building cycle. Because without financial guardrails, like, we'll just use the CCPs or the career tech as an example. We could go spend $1 billion to make that goal. We don't have $1 billion to spend, as our per pupil funding is shrinking every year.
Not yet.
But if we're not careful, we'll miss a budget cycle and delay things a whole other year, right? And so, and I'm jotting notes down because things are popping into my head about, you know, maybe in the budget cycle we can weight these strategic interim goal efforts above other non-compliance driven budget cycle. I'm trying to think about how do we implement this into something that works for everybody. And so when does that conversation happen, or is it part of your process?
If with staff, yes, but I think part of the issue is, as you all lay out your budget cycle process, is making sure that you're meeting together, communicating constantly about here's where we need, here's what the current investment is, staffing, things like that, and then their team saying we can take the current investment and reconfigure it in ways that are budget neutral, but that get us to our ultimate goal. Or there are other places in the budget that, now that these goals have been established, there are other places in the budget where we need to reallocate some resources so we're not changing the bottom line, because the budget is the budget. It's a fixed resource. And one of the things that we share all the time is if you've established 5 goals, you haven't added additional resources to achieve those 5 goals. So what you're really talking about is, how do we look at what we're currently investing in? Are there things that we're investing in that don't help us toward achieving these 5 goals, that are really working against us? How do we reinvest those dollars in ways that address one of these 5? So and that's just an ongoing conversation internally.
The trade-offs is the hardest.
It's the trade-offs. It's the trade-offs, and the board should see those trade-offs when you present the budget. They should see you set these goals. Here's the trade-offs that we're going to make in order to accomplish those. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be, there's going to be some pain points in there for some people, because you're going to say, this is what I really believe in, but in order to accomplish this, we've got to make adjustments.
I think the other thing that I would add is if you go back even right now through our individual Allaview budget line items, you see all of these things actually listed there.
Yes.
So when we, as a part of overall building the budget, we were building the budgets based on where we were with our goals and guardrails. And when we brought the board the balanced budget, that also took into consideration what needed to happen in terms of being able to reach the goals and guardrails. So I think that it's happening because just as a part of the process, it's just become so much already of the way that we're thinking about doing business, that is happening as a part of that process. And when you go into the underlying individual budgets around it, then some of those things may become more clear to individuals because of now as we think about the interim goals, that's another reason that we made the investment here. Or, when we see that we have to get training for IB teachers, I'll use that as an example. We have to get training for IB teachers. That's also supporting graduation. That's why that money is set aside in terms of doing that. So I think where it becomes more challenging in terms of the thought process around it is as we go into next year in terms of that particular budget cycle, and knowing that we're gonna have a deficit, and but we also have to maintain, the integrity of what's happening for students. There's just a lot of work that has to go into that part of it, because there's a lot that's there.
Just one other quick question. Is the number, this is more because the nerd math side of me comes to mind here, but I know we've had a lot of discussions around maintaining track of who the total number of students are who would be on, considered in those numbers as we think about those cohorts that the state considers when we look at those graduation numbers.
Mhm.
And I think one of the things that we've struggled with in the past is actually keeping and getting those things corrected in a timely manner. And so I guess is that part of when we're thinking about the percentage of students is making sure that we have that denominator set and corrected and ready to go when we think about the percentage. Because again, like 100 students who enter in or out of the school, who may not be a part of the school, who may not have left the school yet, could factor in a good deal if it's drawing down or if we get to those type of things. So I just want to make sure that part of that is also the accuracy of what the data of the number of students that we're comparing or that we're considering, right?
Yes. So yes. So we have a pretty extensive is the best way for me to say it. Tracking system right now for those things, and we track students based on their graduation year cohort. So even if it is a 9th grade student, a 10th grade student, but they enter in FY23, they are still a part of that FY23 cohort, even if they don't have all of the credits to be a part. So they would then be considered as a child that is off track in terms of graduation versus changing the cohort. So we've actually moved through that the entire year. And that's also what we've used this year. And I think this is the important place to talk about that graduation is 2 years removed. So when we think about the report card in terms of graduation, the score on the graduation report card is not from this past year, it's from the previous year. So each year, it's a year removed in terms of how that data is looked at. So anything that we've done this year with data, we won't see until the year after next. So I think that that's important for us to share in terms of that, because when we look at the report card for graduation, it's not going to show an improvement. Even if there's improvement that's happening right now that will impact the future.
I think that's important distinction also in that what our goal actually is. So our goal is not specifically a score on the report card.
That's right.
But our goal that we set was the number of students who meet the requirements for graduation will increase.
Right.
And so that was part of why I was thinking about that, is because I know we've in the past in student achievement have talked about folks who are in the cohort who we then have to go back to the state and tell them, nope, they're not here anymore. These type of things. So if we're not using that state's measurements and we're actually just using what we have on our own, that may base to be doing the comparisons with.
I think what's going to be uncomfortable in this space is the number that we will be able to share out is not the number that will be shown that year when the report card is released. So for individuals that would like to go online and see the same number that we show, you won't be able to see that until the following year, because the graduation cohort is, a couple years removed.
Everybody else. I was just going to say.
Oh, go ahead. No, I just want to make a general comment based on what the superintendent just said. I think also how that information is shared publicly is crucial, because the general public doesn't understand that cycle.
Right.
They really don't. So they, and I think it's especially hard to try to help. I mean, it's not hard. We just got to figure out a better way to share it when we're sharing that data. When we get the data on graduation rates or whatever in October, and trying to explain how what that is and what data it is and all that, the folks in the community don't relay it in that same way. So I just wanted to comment on that. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. I got this part. I'm in an accelerated group. But anyway, no, to Carolyn's point, because so many of our competitors just publish 100% of our seniors graduated.
Yes. Yeah.
And well, that's great. We've got a few of those high schools too. And it's not just Walnut or Clark. We've got a few of those kind of numbers. But that's not what the state's doing.
Right.
This is, what is it? The cohort starts if they started with you in 9th grade.
That's right.
10th grade. The charters don't report that. They report that they've got all their seniors graduated. Well, us too, but that's not the standard we have to use. So it is very difficult to do the communication piece.
I also think that it's taken a lot of, we spent a lot of time this year also helping principals have clarity around that. And the way that it's important because, you know, they really focus on the students that are in the building. And for students that are in the building, the vast majority of our schools do a great job in getting those students graduated, in getting them across the stage, the ones that are in the building. The challenge is, you know, the federal guidelines for graduation rate is cohort. So it's the year that you entered 9th grade. That's across the country. There's a 4-year rate, there's a 5-year rate. It's the year that you entered 9th grade. So if our students entered in 9th grade and they never withdraw and go somewhere else, and we can't document where it was that they actually went, they count against us for the cohort. So when we start having those conversations with principals, the conversations have truly expanded, and it's been very beneficial. But the conversations have expanded to, this is your full cohort. This is everybody that's on your cohort list. We have to find all of these kids. And so it's important that we start that work in 9th grade, thus some of the work of the graduation counselor, because a part of that starts with the cleanup for graduation doesn't start at the senior, as a senior. The cleanup for graduation starts at 9th grade. And it starts by making sure that the denominator, the number of students that started in that cohort, are on track, or they're moved wherever they are if they're not there. And so I think that that's really, when you think about strategy, it's beginning that strategy around making sure that each year you're cleaning the cohort so that by the time you get to the 12th grade, the students that are actually in that cohort are those that are in the building. The other thing that's also important is helping schools through this part think about who are the actual children. When you think about 12th grade, the chances are that you have a child that went to school 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, had good scores while they were in school, they were passing, and they just decided that they weren't going to go to school. That's pretty slim. Usually that tells us that that child has moved, they've gone somewhere else, and there has not been they're outside of Ohio, and there hasn't been a request for records. So that's when you then do the additional strategies of going on social media, of sending someone to the home to talk to the neighbors to see if they know where the folks went, because that then allows you to continue to clean the cohort. So those are just strategies, you know, talking from moving, you know, a cohort group, you know, to a 96% graduation rate, even with special needs students. It doesn't start at 12th grade. And so the work that we're doing now, we'll see it actualized, but it starts much earlier in making sure that we're keeping our children on track. Sorry to spend the time there, but.
There's a part of this that I think is implicit, but I'd like to say it explicitly to check, because I believe fully in everything you just said, that, you know, if we're going to be held to a bar, I want it to be accurate. And I love the piece about watching the whole cohort starting in 9th grade,
right,
not just the beginning of 12th grade. I love the matching of that to the investment we made in the graduation counselors, all that I'm with you on. I think this is also about making sure that the kids that we do have the experience in high school to be ready for graduation. So that it's like, yes, there's a part that's about making sure we're not unfairly dinged for kids who are no longer with us. And it's also about making sure that the kids who are with us have the kind of high school experience that we want all high school kids to have. And I like this because I think it will force us to have both of those conversations. I just wanted to say the second part out loud, that it's not just the data cleaning, but it's also making sure high schools are great places for the students who are.
Yeah, so I started that part of the conversation by sharing that, you know, one of the challenges that I've observed in the last year for our high schools with graduation is not the kids that are in the building. They do a great job of working with the students that are in the building. The students that are doing well, they move forward. The students that aren't doing well, they work with them to get their courses recovered, to do an additional intervention with them, and we offer summer graduation. So in thinking about that, if we have the students with us, the vast majority of them are moving to graduation. Where we see the difficulty is the larger population that disappear somewhere and they're not with us. So I think it is implicit in the conversation that, yeah, if they're with us, our goal is to make sure that they have an amazing experience, but they're also graduating because they've earned the credits to graduate. The other part of that is making sure that the students that aren't with us don't negatively impact the schools that are doing great work, working with the kids that they have in the buildings.
So, thank you. Thank you. So with that, I think we'll turn now to the guardrails and go quickly through the guardrails as well. We're going to target taking a break at 2 o'clock, but we don't want to dissuade you from asking questions about the guardrails as well. So the conversation that we've just had, the way we've had the conversation is ideal. So we'll work through these in the same way.
So we spent a lot of time on the guardrails as well. And so thinking about really trying to make sure that we were getting to what the guardrail was asking us for in terms of thinking about the interim. So the first, the superintendent would not ignore the needs and talents of the whole child. So as we think about, and everything else that's included in that particular guardrail, so the 2 areas that we thought we'd focus on there was the percentage of high school students participating in arts and athletic-based extracurricular activities will increase. And that should be arts or, so I need to make that update because they don't have to do both. So it's arts or athletics-based extracurricular activities will increase from, will show an increase. And the percentage of elementary school students who have a favorable response to the sense of well-being. So we'll see an improvement in that as well. And that those interim guardrails were trying to address both portions of the actual guardrail that was given.
No questions? All right. Next one.
Okay. The next one will not allow discriminatory or culturally insensitive disciplinary treatment. So the three interim guardrails that we looked at here, the percentage of K-12 students are minority students, African American, Hispanic, and multiracial students with a Category 2 infraction compared to white students will decrease. And just background on that, I think in terms of looking at the data that was shared most recently at Health and Safety, we see that that is, you know, an area of concern across the board. So making sure that we're able to see a decrease when it comes to those level of infractions. The same is also true for our African American males. As we look at percentages, our African American males, while they are they have the largest percent of infractions across the board, and so also monitoring a decrease in those disciplinary those Class 2 infractions as well. And then the last is for our high school students. This is specific to high schools. 7th through 12th grade students have a favorable response to teacher-student relationships on the Panorama survey.
Not a question. We just share, like, is that appropriate? I just like people who've been around here. Before the folks were on board with a bullhorn waking up my neighbor. You know, I just like there is, in my experience, has been a gap between like passion for an issue and like a board appropriate strategy for how to do it. You know, and I do think that this makes me really happy because I think we should be working actively towards and prioritizing a reduction in race-based discrimination. I think that's really important. I think the board should be monitoring the heck out of that. I have full confidence in our administration's ability to go do that, and it should be something we talk about in public. You know, and I just think that this, from my perspective, I hope, is that it will lead to greater differences for kids and families. And so I'm excited about this.
If I'll also add here, and just thinking about, you know, really unpacking this work and what it looks like to get to systemic change. This is one that makes me uncomfortable. I just want to kind of say it out loud because we've done a code of conduct that we've gone to the next iteration of a code of conduct with restorative practices. But the overall intent is to change behavior, not to change data, right? And so what we possibly may see the first year is an increase in the data because there's an additional focus on documenting the data, right? You know, when we look at alignment, when we go back and look at disciplinary infractions, I would think that in some instances, there has not necessarily been clarity, I'll say it that way, of what actually goes, quote unquote, in the system, right? Like what's actually put in and documented as an infraction. So when you really focus in that area and you're focusing on changing behavior, not just changing data, you want individuals to document everything that's supposed to be documented, because that way you can really begin to see when real improvement happens. So I think I just want to say that publicly, that this one does make me uncomfortable. I'm just saying it out loud. It does, because our push also is making sure simultaneously that all discipline is being documented. And then after that happens, then you really look at the strategies that you're putting in place to make sure that you're truly changing behavior and not just changing numbers.
So I just had a quick thought on that point, and it may be something that Board Member Bolton will share as well, is that I think one of the struggles with this particular guardrail is in the fact that behavior is not something we actually control. And there are a lot of factors that go into our community that affect behavior that, you know, in a year could completely change everything on that. So I think it's also upon the board, as we think about, as we go through that guardrail, what it is that we are asking of the district is not to necessarily decrease bad behavior within the space. It's how we respond as a district to that behavior. So, you know, again, if the number of people who are committing bad acts in school are this, are we disciplining them all evenly? Are we making sure that all of those folks receive the same type of assessment in an equitable process? Are we using the restorative justice practices in the right way? Those type of things. And so it's the only thing I worry about with with the goals or the interim measurements here is that I think what these are saying is that if we do those things, this stuff will be true. I'm just not sure that that is necessarily the case, but I'm willing to give a lot of faith to that. But
adding to that, I'll kind of take a little bit step back from what Ben said. I honestly don't believe it's been a lack of board interest. There's no way that anybody could convince anybody in the community that Catherine Ingram or Eileen Cooper-Reed didn't push this topic again and again and again. The resistance, not surprisingly, has always been the administration. And I understand why. You're reporting something out, or the dirty laundry, so to speak, or the bad data. I mean, there's always a resistance to that. So that's been the resistance, even getting the data. And I do worry that, I hope that these numbers actually are really bad, because that means that all of the reporting is actually taking place. But that reporting will not take place in a culture where people are fearful of reporting the data. The worst thing that ever happened to bullying was reporting, because once it started to be something you kept the record about, people stopped reporting because it would be such a bad reflection on them. So you should be worried about this one. We should all be worried about how true any of this is going to be. But I think your point is well taken to be worried about this one.
And that's why I also wanted to reiterate, because just having a lot of experience in leading this work, you have to start with the baseline. And I cannot say that I am convinced that all of the data, granted that I don't like what the data looks like from last year in terms of overall discipline, but I cannot say that I am convinced that all of the data has been put into the system. I'm not convinced. And so our push this year truly is around making sure you're documenting it. Just telling the truth about what's really happening is not a negative on anyone. It is saying this is something that we need to address. These are systems that we're putting in place to address that. This is what that work looks like. And then we work through it together. So we will see ultimately an improved discipline. Ultimately we will. but we're going to need to make sure that all the data is really, really accurate. And the first year, you know, we may see an increase before we see a decrease.
I hope so. Go ahead. Ray.
It's him. It's Ray.
You're in charge.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Thank you. I was going to say something similar to what Brandon said, but maybe a little more directly. You know, when I was a dean of students and finally made people do this data, it was shameful in some respects to some people. I had a couple of teachers in tears in my office trying to convince me they weren't racist. And I looked at it and I was like, you know, you're as racist as I am. You're stuck in the same system I am, and the system supports you disciplining your black kids more than your white kids. My point of this is, to your point, and you said it much nicer than I did, or than I'm about to. Yeah, we're not talking about there's something morally deficient with our black students, and the way this message is important too. And I hear what you're saying, and I want to say publicly, I have your back, and I think this whole board does. And to Ms. Bolton's point, we've been talking about this for a while, but where I will agree with Ben is that I haven't seen something this concrete. And a lot of teachers and a lot of people in our schools really like our anti-racism policy, and they always tell me how much they love it. White people love equity until you start doing it. And it's going to be hard on a lot of white It's going to be hard on a lot of white people. You know, and I don't purport to speak on behalf of all white people, but we love equity until stuff gets taken away from us, namely our power. And the best way we can help is socializing this with the district, telling them and letting them know we have your back. And the only way people are going to be comfortable reporting this is if they know that we have their back too, and you have their back, and everyone has their back. And we're not doing this to shame them. They are stuck in the same racist country we all are. And we only have power over what we have power over. And for our teachers, it's the classroom. For us, it's the school district. And we have y'all's back, and it's going to suck, and it's going to hurt. But we're stuck in this system, and so we got to do what we got to do to upend it. That's all I wanted to say.
Go ahead.
One very brief, I'll be brief, but maybe a little redundant. I think I agree with the superintendent that this is probably one of the most ingrained, systemically challenged guardrails, and for all the reasons that everybody has stated. But one of the things that I would ask as a board member, not for the time that I'm here and even for the new board coming in, is that you know, the board has to rely on you to give us the information, and the information at all levels. Everything that I'm hearing people talk about are things that we should know, be informed about, because the community also doesn't understand it. So when they see these numbers go up the first year, board members are going to get called. And so I think there has to be sort of a consistent reminder to the board, like whenever we do a report or whatever, remember, we had this conversation about how the numbers were going to increase.
I'm going to frame this meeting.
Okay. Well, this is how, but I mean, that's how, because otherwise folks, including us as board members, are going to ask questions. Not necessarily always the right questions, but that's the reality, that we're going to ask those questions because we ultimately want to see those numbers go down. But I think there's so many layers systemically that we have to address. That it's just important to keep reminding us where we are.
And the only reason I just want to call out again, we all want to see the numbers go down, but we want to see the numbers go down because an improvement,
Yes.
because of an improvement in behavior, because of an improvement of understanding the students, because of the appropriate use of restorative practices, all of the strategies that we're putting in place. We want to see the numbers go down because of that. But if I don't publicly say and make sure that everyone understands that part, you're right. The question will come to me. Well, I thought you said that we were adding assistant principals of culture and community.
And
so
what
these
good
numbers
are
will go,
they?
and what good are they?
They
And why
are
do we still have them? And so it will likely get worse. It will get better, but it will likely get worse before it gets better. Because at the same time that we're looking at all of the things disciplinary-wise around children, we're also looking at changing and working with the hearts and minds and practices of the adults that go along with it. And so those things are simultaneous.
So I'm going to step out of my role, and Cindy's going to kick me under the table. But I'm going to share related to this one. We have a project that we do with the International Association of Chiefs of Police. We've had lots of conversations about the intersection between what happens in our communities and what happens in our schools. But one of the things that we said and what we're working on together is resources should be the consequences for bad behavior. So in other words, additional resources should be the consequences. It's not that, yes, behaviors have consequences, but what we need to recognize is that when we see the behaviors that we don't want, additional resources should be applied as opposed to what are the consequences that we're going to apply. And so that, as a board, I share that with you as a board to say, as you see the things that occur here that are not what you want, you've got to recognize, and for the principals, if I'm recording accurately what's actually happening, the consequences for recording that should be additional resources, not additional penalties. Does that make sense to everyone? And so I've stepped out of my role. I'm going to get kicked under the table, but we can move on to goal
Let's
3
see.
or guardrail
Let's
3.
see.
Take his mic.
I'm taking the mic.
Could I just say on this one, I'm more worried that the numbers aren't going to get worse. From a standpoint as I am afraid that these things will not be reported. Okay, and it's not necessarily a reflection on you or us, but it's a reflection of the culture of fear about reporting it. And also, to Mike's point, and I'm 100% of what he said, people also can't immediately, when they are disciplining people in the classroom or whatever, be accused that they're racist. I mean, we have to watch how we frame this to get people to actually act and do things and report things. My hope is that the numbers do go way up, because then there's a culture of trust. And somebody is reporting honestly instead of what we've been going through for a number of years, many years, in every school district, not reporting out of fear. So it's a weird thing. I'm looking for good or the bad. I don't know which it is.
And Eve, that's why I shared the statement that I made about additional resources are those consequences. I think if schools know that, listen, as we recognize you have greater challenges, we're going to respond with greater resources, then it encourages, hey, I need additional resources to support what's going on in my building, and that is an incentive for me to report it as opposed to a disincentive.
And the one thing I was going to add, and I'm not going to kick Ray because I think the context that you gave to that was important, but just to also keep in mind that these interim guardrails should not be treated as necessarily goals as the superintendent cascades this into the school building. And I think that has been a hard lesson for other school districts, is that when they're going in to work with a building, perhaps they're saying, this is our goal. This is what we're trying to reduce disproportionality. And then it happens with the stroke of a pen versus actually adding the supports to make the work actually happen. So these are more internal and for the board to monitor, less for the superintendent to go and say, this is what we're trying to hit, so that work can happen.
Right. And my last piece on this is thank you for having this conversation with me, because this has probably been one of the more challenging ones in terms of trying to get at what we're looking for in the guardrail. But just in terms of overall discipline, there are so many strategies that we're starting right now to help with improved outcomes for children in the area of discipline. One that you know about because you supported it in terms of our budget is restorative practices training across the district. So while we have been a restorative practices district for a period of time, we have individuals that have had training, but the concerted effort of going across all of the schools, having a cohort of schools that was based on data. So the way we determined who would do training first was based on the data from their school. So as we talk about resources, even right now, if those individuals were actually ones that put all of their information in the system, well, their response to that was they got training and support first, because we used the data to determine where the data was higher. That's where we started. So that first cohort of 14 or 16 schools is based on where the data was for them. So just to kind of share that a little bit in terms of thinking about that. I do believe that collectively, our when I say collective team, I'm talking district team, I'm talking principals. We gotten feedback from teachers around, from our CFT president, around the way that we have focused on getting started and doing the alignment around student behavior and expectations, and the video that we sent out, and the code of conduct, and the responses. So I think that we're putting strategies in place right now that we'll continue to monitor those. So we may see some improvement, but my thought is it's going to get more challenging before it gets better. We have seen an increase from when we look at the data across the years since there was the bully button. We have seen an increase in bullying reporting, but we've seen a decrease in actual situations that have been deemed as bullying. So we have seen, so essentially it got worse, so to speak, or it's gotten better in the sense that yes, it's being reported, but as it's being investigated and coming back to, it's not showing that there is as much bullying as actually is what's being reported. Right? Next is, yes, so the next one is 3. Superintendent will not allow district communication to be unresponsive or lacking transparency, community sensitivity, etc. So we base this one for the interim guardrail, the percentage of parents or caregivers who have a favorable response on for climate on the panorama survey, the percentage of staff who have a favorable response for climate on the panorama survey. And we'll do the baseline for this one this year, but the percentage of partners and other stakeholders who have a favorable response. And the way we're looking at partners and other stakeholders is all of our partners that are connected to us through our community learning centers, sending them a survey, as well as any other business partners that we have as well, sending survey information to them for the first time as a baseline, and then getting that information back and using that to really gauge where we're seeing engagement here. Oh, keep going. Okay. All right, number 4 is the superintendent will not propose or recommend the acquisition or distribution of resources, and the interim guardrails. The percentage of suppliers meeting diversity criteria receiving RFP solicitations will increase from May 2023 to 25, and the percentage of suppliers meeting diversity criteria on the approved vendor list will increase. One of the things that we talked about in this space is there were conversations around the percentage of diverse clients that actually received RFPs or received contracts, and that's actually illegal for us to just use that as an indicator. So we cannot use that as an indicator. So in case it comes up as a question, just want to give some background information as to, we walked through the discussion on that. So what we came to was, instead of trying to use it as an indicator to say, you know, this is an additional measure that you get because you meet one of the diversity criterias, we wanted to make sure that we were doing more on the front end in the way that we're soliciting, the way that we're looking at the solicitation, and those that we're actually getting on the vendor list, but that's not a requirement for then usage. So just kind of want to share that in terms of that particular guardrail. No questions? You can keep going. Okay, number 5. The superintendent will not ignore district-wide chronic absenteeism at school sites, and paying attention to family involvement. Using this information specifically from reviewing of chronic absenteeism, a decrease overall for K-12 students, a specific focus on African American students and on Hispanic students, and all of those are looking at decrease in chronic absenteeism. I also think there's still a lot of education to do around chronic absenteeism. If a student is absent 10% of the school year, more than 10% of the school year, they are considered chronically absent. And so once the students get to that 18th day, that's considered chronically absent. And we need to continue to do education for families and for students around that. So, and this doesn't have anything to do with whether it's excused or not. You know, if it's an absence, it goes against the numbers in terms of chronic absenteeism. And the last, in pursuit of equity.
I did have a question.
Go ahead. I'm good. Everybody's like, hurry up.
I didn't raise my hand quick enough. So just in this conversation and then in the previous guardrail, are we, and this sounds like a dumb question, but it's not. Are we looking at parents also as resources? So in issues like absenteeism, they aren't absent because of they're absent, and parents would probably know about that. And I'm thinking about that in the other one, guardrail, I can't remember what it was, 2 or 3, in the discipline and all that. When you talked about resources, it's like we now have social workers in the school. And how well are we utilizing parents as resources to help with their kids, or providing resources to help the parent better understand what's going on with their kid in school?
Right. So I think that when we look at the House bill, for example, and one of the reasons that we work with the social workers, most of the social workers in our schools have really focused on attendance. That's been one of their primary areas in relation to the House bill. There are other areas to focus on, but that's been one of the areas of primary focus. And so I think it's for parents, one of the things for us to do is really educate parents around chronic absenteeism, number one. Number two, making sure that our systems are clean, so that when a call goes to a parent that says your child has been absent, there actually has been someone that's taken attendance, and they know that the child has been absent. Because what I've found in terms of review, we get a robocall that goes out, but it could just be that the teacher was out that day and nobody put in the attendance for the family, and so then they're thinking that a child is absent. I think the other, as a part of the overall attendance plan, there is an expectation that the initial response when students are absent comes from the classroom teacher. That once they're absent, that's where it starts. They're notifying families that they're absent. And then from there, it goes into other layers of intervention with that should end when you're not able to get students back into classrooms. It should end with a referral for them for lack of attendance. I do think there's more for us to dig into there, because there's a difference in a 3rd grader that doesn't get to school and an 11th grader that doesn't get to school, because 3rd graders, not all of them are getting themselves to school by themselves. An 11th grader can get themselves to school. So it's really digging in on that a little bit more. And we're also looking at some additional tools for communication with families that will be time specific and time sensitive. So yes, using parents as a resource, but also making sure that our systems are clean, so that when we are reaching out to families, it's not because we have a break in the system that hasn't been responsive to what it should be responsive to.
I can't have a meeting without saying the word bus. But I know, me too. This is as long as it's ever been.
We're all the shot.
I know. I was being so good, but no, right there, you already have how many of us halfway to being chronically absent, in part because of our situation regarding bus cards and whether or not bus cards can get to kids at a time where they're ready to get on the bus, and we've addressed it with telling parents, or they can get there because we're letting them. I just think that right there, next year or second semester, overnight, that could change some of that chronic absenteeism. Is just the logistics of bus cards and availability.
Yep, I think same thing. I think it's fine for this conversation, but just keep in mind the how to get to the guardrail is the superintendent. So we'll continue to lift that up as we go.
I just want to share a quick thought also, and I think this is another example of one to me that is about something that you mentioned, Ray, but also I think something we've been generally talking about, which is letting folks know that there are resources that we can dedicate towards these things if you're honest about what's going on early, right? Because I think there's also this culture of, in some schools, we really like, this kid, so, we don't want to let the parent know until it's like he's missed 16 days of school, and if he's sick or anything one more time this year, like it's a problem. And some of that is, I think, part of the education stuff that you're talking about, but I think it also something on our end to recognize that there's a culture that still has to change first where people feel the comfort to be able to come in early and say, I've seen this kid miss 3 straight days this week. We got to, talk to the parent about what's going on here, blah, 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 and not feel like there won't be folks behind them supporting them, because I think that's the other part that I have heard from some folks is I don't want to have the conversation with the parent because the parent's going to yell at me and somebody else is going to come in and say, well, we don't care kind of deal. And so I think a lot of these things between this one as well as the discipline and other things are about also creating a culture that recognizes and appreciates. We need to see the real so we know how to dedicate resources to fix what's really going on.
Yeah. And to that point, and I have to go back to the budget as well, because chronic absenteeism has been an issue across most schools in the country, especially since COVID and prior to COVID. In most urban school districts, chronic absenteeism is something that's been a challenge. And so adding to that, coupled with that, is you see a greater percentage of that in schools that are Title I, for everything that goes along with being a school that's in need of additional support. So thus the reason for also adding an additional social worker to focus on attendance in Title I schools. So not that they already had social workers that were focusing on attendance, but when you pull those numbers out, that's one of the greatest places that we see the differences in terms of attendance is in the Title I high schools. So that was also the additional add for thinking about strategy around improving outcomes for children. That was one of the reasons to add the additional attendance piece and the social worker at the high school level to focus again more intimately on attendance, work with families, helping them understand, what this information really means, and determining before it's at the end of not being recoverable, how we can recover students, because there is a period of time that students can still recover. Once they get to the 18, they're chronic, either you're chronically absent or you're not. And so then it gets to the point of really monitoring those students that have those 2 or 3 days. When you see them starting, if you're already seeing that pattern, to have the conversation with them. I think the last thing is the students can't be absent until they enroll. So we want to make sure that we're doing, and I'll share this with Board Member Bolton, for some of the students that we're referencing in terms of high school students at the beginning of the year, if they've not enrolled yet, they're considered a no-show at this point until they enroll. So they're not being negatively penalized if there's something happening with the bus cards, but we're wanting to make sure that we address that. All right, number 6. The superintendent will not ignore the value and number of community partnerships, community access to facilities, et cetera. So the 2 there, the percent of schools with an active LSDMC will increase from May 23 to 25, and the percentage of partners, other stakeholders who have a favorable response to their partnership with the district on the district survey will increase to at least 80% by 2025. And then again, well, that's the same survey that we'll use to form the baseline for that data for this year.
Any questions? If not, I think we're ready for a break. So we'll take, you want 10 minutes or 10-minute break? So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 2:16 according to my clock. And thank you all. Thank you, Superintendent.
There's also I'll get up to you right now. basically it sounds it's not. Question.
You guys gotta come to Thursday. I'm telling you, it's a long period of time. Everything's gonna want to put down there. We have to find we have just got for classes and right now, so getting it a week, but it's loud. I mean, I'm sure you're also. You got frantic cubes right now. You got frantic cubes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's go around.
How's it going? Only 2 more hours. Woo! And another 2 hours. I'm stressing. Yeah, right. All right, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. Yes, that's it. Good. Only 2 more hours. 2 more hours? And then 2 more hours after that? And 2 more hours after that. So I break down it's just 2 more hours. $2 hurdles, man. Like on the marathon. I don't know what running a marathon feels like. Okay, that's good. Nor do I ever want to run a marathon. I don't want to run down the street. I don't want to run down.
monitoring calendar, which was also provided to you by Superintendent Wright. And I believe you have hard copies as well. And then also at the same time, if you would pull out your effective goal monitoring sheet, and if at the bottom section on the first page, it talks about effective monitoring calendars. And I know y'all read this ahead of time, so just so you have that touch point as you're looking at the monitoring calendar. And I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Ironetta, just to help describe the rationale as far as setting up the monitoring calendar and some of the components of it.
Okay, so the monitoring calendar is set up such that, based on guidance and working with our governance team, is such that at every one of our meetings, starting with our second meeting in, I keep saying second meeting, is there only one meeting in September? Okay, I left out the 11th, and I do want to make a correction right now that for the 11th, the ask for the 11th is approval of the budget. Okay, let me go back. Not the 18th. I needed to throw that in while I thought about it. Okay, so, but starting with our the last business meeting in September, we would start looking at each one of the goals and interim guardrails at some point in each one of our meetings. So the way that it's set up right now is very dependent on when we receive the data in terms of the monitoring portion of it. So if you'll notice, for our initial targets, we started with the guardrails first, starting with our end of year guardrail information for 2023, so that we're sharing that information as a part of the business meeting for the guardrails. And then from there, we move into October, because we anticipate that we'll have all of our state data back by then, but we would start by reviewing all of our end of the year assessment data from last school year with our monitoring format that we've been provided.
Does anyone have questions regarding the monitoring calendar? And one of the things that I would point out as well is that as you continue moving through this process and get comfortable with the pacing and such of the reporting, it may be such that there'll need to be less discussion on some of your guardrails, and where you might be able to move less time toward that. Also, where you might discover that some of your pacing might be a little bit off, depending on how the data and when the data comes in and you've had an opportunity to analyze. So just wanting to understand that all of this, the interim goals, interim guardrails, monitoring pacing, is sort of an iterative process that, as you continue working through, might change. Yeah.
Just looking at the calendar. So is it being proposed that this be done at the business meeting or the CAP?
Both is what I understand, that at each one of the meetings, there is some information around the goals or guardrails that share at each one of the meetings.
Okay.
Yes.
Raul let me know kindly that my mic is not working, so I'm going to borrow Brandon's for a little bit. I think we have, and tell me if I'm missing on this, we have usually 2 business meetings a month and a CAL meeting a month. So I think that what we'd wind up, if I look at, say, February, for example, there's a CAL column and there's a business meeting column. It may be that there's 1 business meeting in a month, but I think that's fine, because there may be other stuff we got to talk about, but what's nice here is we'll never go too long before looking at whether or not we're on track to hit the things that are most important. Is that right?
That was, and I apologize, that was the logic behind doing at least one of them So that, so
The one Cal meeting and one of two, one business.
that's correct. If you'll notice at the bottom as well, where we get to the spring monitoring, the spring monitoring really becomes information around our middle of the year data. So at the beginning of the year, so at the very onset, we would review end of the year data from last school year. As we move further through the calendar, we would then review the beginning of the year data information as well, and then move into the, we would move from end of the year data to the beginning of the year data in some of the areas. And then at the end and the spring, we would go to the middle of the year data. So that gives us consistency in looking at where we're moving and where we're seeing improvement within the year.
So just want you to be aware as well. We recognize that as you're starting this process, in the month of September and the month of October, there's a lot of goals and a lot of guardrails that are being presented all at once. But one of the things that we'll work with the district on is streamlining that. So each of your meetings, there's a focus on just a set number of goals or a set number of guardrails. So you're never trying to digest all the information about all the goals or interim goals or all the information about the interim guardrails all at once, so that you can have a deeper conversation about them rather than having a cursory conversation about a lot of things. You'll have a deeper conversation about a few, but you'll know that you'll hit all throughout the course of the school year.
So one of the questions that I would have there, Ray, giving respect to what you shared, depending on the feedback from the board, would it be best for us to break up the guardrail discussion that we're looking at for the business meeting on the 18th, and then back everything up, because we didn't include any data for the business meeting on October 23rd. So we just did for Cal for that month. So if we need to break those up so that there aren't so many, that's something that we can actually, update and just move over a little bit and then update it for the board if that's fine.
Go ahead. So one of the things, and breaking up the interim goals, I would say, is even more important than breaking up the interim guardrails, just because when we think about, we want 50% of the board's time spent on monitoring goals. That's what we want you to, that's the mastering place, and it's an incremental process to get there. So thinking about keeping the goals the main thing, the guardrails, if you wanted to report on all of the interim guardrails that in one that's less of an issue, but so that you're able to really deep dive into each of those interim goals is probably, even though it's on the same data or from the same assessment, sometimes having a deeper conversation about each of those populations that you're looking at might be a more, like Ray said, having a deeper conversation versus a cursory conversation about each.
We also left in October, we left the business meeting on the 23rd without any data there, because we're dependent on when we get the full release of the report card information. And so we've been told that may be as early as September, but initially it was shared that it would be the middle of October. So we wanted to have enough space that if we didn't have it to share by October the 18th, we could do so by October.
And I would just add to that, let's suppose for the sake of argument that data comes in October 16th or even a week before, let's say October 11th or so. I would still encourage you to put it in November rather than October, so that your team has an opportunity to digest the information, discuss your next steps, etc., so that when you're having that conversation, it's a richer conversation about your thinking and about the data, and not just a presentation of the data, if that makes sense. And the same for all of the data that you receive, putting in a time period so that when it's actually reported to the board, it's after you and your team have had a chance to digest it.
Can I ask a question? Just point of clarification, actually. when we're talking about goals in this 50% piece, which goals are we talking about? We have board goals that we arrive at for 90 days. Those are goals. We also have, I'm sure, strategic plan goals. Then we also have our goals and guardrails. I'm not going to say I'm confused, but I do want a point of clarification as to which ones are we talking about. And at the risk of being an unpleasant host, I mean, is this another contract with Great City Schools, or is this part of the annual services rendered that we always get? I mean, are we extending what we did this past year into another contract? But my major interest is this goal thing. I'm not sure what 50%, which goals we're talking about to spend 50% on.
Yeah, so the 50% is around the goals and interim goals that you all just reviewed. 50% of your time focused on talking about accomplishment of that, because those are the priorities that the board has set through its community listening and by looking at the data for the district to accomplish over the next between now and 2027. So that would be where the focus of the board would go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was going to say on all the sequencing questions from the superintendent and the feedback and advice from Cindy and Ray, you know, I'm open if people feel differently, but I kind of feel like we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of the good. We've never had something like this since I've been on the board. This looks pretty thoughtful. It leaves room for us to do things other than this every month, even within the same meeting, and it gets us started. I'm sure there will be a million things that are not perfect about this that we can make better in future years, but I figure we just got to get started. And I feel like these things will resonate more and feel like they have more substance to them when we start looking at them and talking about them in public. I happen to think we should just get started, but if other people want to make changes, I'm open.
And just so you'll know, that was the feedback that I shared with the superintendent as well, is that, you know, the process will evolve as you get more comfortable with it. It will evolve. Don't change anything for now, which is what I shared earlier. Move forward with it, but just understand that it will evolve as you get better at it.
This was also the template. Is it where we share this as well? So the other thing that I also share would be, aside from just the overall, when we are looking at all of the goals at once, as we look at the specific individual goal, whether it's the goal or the interim guardrail, this is essentially the template that we would use to share the information so that there's a level of consistency to the template. And it becomes something that we can also share as a part of the conversation so that we're not, it's the same kind of, it's the same information that's included in the guidance information from the council, but it also makes it such that we're able to use it in the meetings and use it with the board and use it in the meetings and not have to double do it, so to speak. So before each of the opportunities where we're going through the goal updates and the interim goals, what you would receive as a part of that board meeting would be one of these templates, so to speak, for each of the goals that we would be reviewing.
And what I would point you to for that is on the same document, the effective monitoring, on the top of page 2, there's, it's called effective monitoring reports. And this is where our guidance would be for the board before you even begin discussing at whichever meeting you're going to be discussing, that you look, and actually once you actually receive the report in your packet and are reviewing it at home, looking for the four qualities and of the effective monitoring report. So if we can, taking a look at what the superintendent has provided, first aspect the goal, does it clearly show which specific goal or interim goal is being monitored? Where do you see that? I'm asking you all, where do you see, for the board, just to get accustomed to the template, where on the template are you seeing the goal? Does it clearly show which specific goal, interim goal, is being monitored? Yes, and where do you see that?
We're looking at this thing.
Yep, you're looking at this thing. I'm asking you questions.
It says fill in the blank.
Yep.
Because it doesn't actually say it. So it's kind of a trick question.
Where will it be? Where will it be? Thank
You're
you. Thank you for
welcome.
helping me ask
Making
better
sure I was
questions.
on the right page.
Because we're going to be pushing back on your questions. You should push back on
Page
mine.
2, which is actually page 3, which is also weird, but for the sake of the exercise, page 3 is where it should be.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
All right. So the data, does it clearly show data for the 3 previous reporting periods, preferably on a line graph? And does it clearly show the current reporting period, the target reporting periods, and the annual deadline target? Where do you see where that will be?
And it's the same page, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, the date is, oh.
Where do you see it?
3. The date?
The data.
Oh, the data. I'm so sorry. Yes. Yes.
Yep. I must speak more clearly, I think.
On page 4, and then you got the graph on page 5.
Yep. All right. Good job, everybody. Now, the interpretation. Does it clearly show the superintendent's understanding of system performance relative to the goal? Where do you see that? Or where it will be when there? Who else? Where do you see the superintendent's
So
evaluation?
page 5 has the pathway to the goal graph. Also has the current progress assessment on page 4.
So, yeah, so the current progress assessment is just that
Oh, on track.
one place where you can look for it very quickly, and that'll be whether it's on track, off track. And then just to be really clear about this part, could an interim goal, for example, be below target and the superintendent's interpretation still stay on track? Just thinking about how data works. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Why would that be? Why might that be? I think we've spent a lot of time talking about it.
Because
Just a little bit
the
ago.
monitoring period's not over yet.
Monitoring period's not over yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but she feels that it's on track because it might be halfway there and you're only a tenth of the way through, and it might not be there, but you're halfway there, type of thing.
That
Right.
could be. Yeah.
Can I just get a clarification though? Are you saying like if where we are at that mark when we're reviewing the progress is below where the interim goal was expected to be,
Yes.
could we still be on track?
That's right.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay. And I think there could be there could be other factors that have affected the implementation and rollout of what we would have expected to reach it, but that those things have been already adjusted for it and corrected so that the future stages of the review would show that growth at that point. So, I mean, I can imagine him saying, we had this delay because of these factors, yet based on that, this is where we are still on track to get to these goals by the end of the period.
Yeah.
I just want to stress that it's important for us to know that, though. I mean, so we don't get into all these questions about why that number is low.
Yep.
We got to know, you have to know. Or the questions will be asked. So.
Yeah. And so that is number 4, the evidence and the plan. Does it clearly show supporting documentation that evidences the superintendent's understanding of system performance? So that's a piece of where you would understand exactly what you're mentioning, Carolyn, is through that evidence. And that's another important piece of the monitoring report that the superintendent will be bringing forward so that the board knows it. And then there's the other piece. It's not going to just be this report. And that's where, once we're done speaking about the report template itself, we'll start getting into the rest of the monitoring guide. But for now, we'll end here for the moment to see if there's any questions on the monitoring report template itself or the monitoring calendar before we move forward into the actual progress monitoring piece.
This is really the question to Chair. Again, just for my point of clarification, we do establish these, and maybe they're not goals, they're called board priorities. So
Are you talking about like every 3 to 6 months we've had like as a board, these are the top 5 things we care most about?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in the planning for those, since we said we were going to be announcing something in the September meeting, is it that one of those priorities always is this?
I think it's a decision point for the group.
Okay.
You know, I think you could imagine a version where we start to do less of those board level priorities because we have goals and guardrails, because we have a strategic plan.
I can't imagine that at all.
I'm so glad that you like this thing that we started. It could be that we decide, it could be decided that there are others, but I think that's a decision point.
Cool. That helps.
I'll just share my pleasant surprise, Member Bolton, with your enthusiasm for those board priorities, because when I've tried to do those red, yellow, green exercises, like it felt like root canal. And so
priorities are good.
And so we should have priorities. We just shouldn't be honest about whether we meet them or not.
No, we should color code.
We shouldn't color code them. I got it. Okay. So we'll find an exciting path forward.
I do have kind of one question with regard to also this idea of reporting this out through the board. Is I do think some of our goals, and I think we had a little bit of discussion earlier, but some of our goals don't necessarily match up to how people have historically received the information and or how we as the state track some of this information. And so there's kind of an importance of how we communicate that, both in the course of our discussion, but also if we are sharing information out in some other public forum or way, being very clear about like how we got to this number or how we got to these different points or markers. Because to Board Member Jones's point earlier, and I think Board Member Bolton's point earlier, folks will give us these pushbacks to say this isn't the number that's like the official number. This is a number y'all made up to make, for these purposes or whatever. So I do think that is part of the conversation as we have the board. But also I'm just wondering, is there another aspect of that conversation that should be how we communicate that beyond just a board meeting discussion or beyond just a discussion we have with the superintendent at the board meeting or at a CAL?
Yeah, and so I think one of the recommendations, and it's in as part of the framework, is that the board would be part of their two-way ongoing communication with your community. It didn't stop with just going out to listen for vision and values, that it's a go back out to report progress toward the goals, to be making that part of your ongoing, that just is how the public learns that this is the way you all are talking about it, to develop that transparency, to understand that we are looking at the whole truth, the reality, good, bad, ugly, whatever it is, so that we can name it and address it, because this is how we're doing business. This is what you can expect of the board, and this is what you can expect of the entire team, is that this is how we're operating in a transparent, very publicly forward, not hiding data, but addressing and talking about it and making continuous improvement towards something better for kids. Yeah.
I think the other thing to a point earlier, and I believe it was Board Member Bolton that shared it. So we also started online on our website under Board of Education. There is a link there for goals and guardrails that started at the original part of the process and then worked through kind of what it was, each of the steps, so forth and so on. And so I think that also having I would imagine that once we agree on the monitoring calendar, that would be something that we would also put out there as well. Now we'll clean it up. This is just a draft, but that's something that we would put out there so that as we are, hyperlinking all of those places, that it gives the board and the community a resource for where to go back and get more information about that particular thing. So that we're able to also, they're able to see based on the board meetings that we have. Of course, all of our board meetings are public. They're publicized. They're online after that. But if there's information that the community would also like to be involved in outside of what the board goes back and shares with the community, it gives them a ready place to go back and pull that information and that what those conversations were, so that it could give a different layer, of engagement as well.
Yes, thank you for lifting that up, because that is an important piece for this monitoring calendar as well, is to both invite people, come listen, we're going to be talking about this at our next meeting, and also, as you mentioned, point them back to where they can find that as well. What other questions about these two aspects, the monitoring calendar and the monitoring report template? Yeah, Ben.
I had one question that I did not think of until this meeting, which is if you look at the effective monitoring report list and you have number 4, it talks about root causes. And so one thing, there's so much that I like about this. Like I like that I love this slide. It's like, here's what we did. I was a teacher. Here's what we did yesterday. Here's what we're doing today. Here's where it's going tomorrow. It's a great opening. I really like the data with the breakdowns. I love this slide because you've got both the trend line, but you've got these for, I'm thinking, Jen, and of all the quality improvement stuff, the children, you've got the goal line, and you can see the run chart. So like there's a lot in here that is really, really, really great. And I really like this last slide where it talks about, here's what we're going to do about it. As I was thinking through it and reading through this, the one question I had was, I don't know if there's a spot in here where you currently see, like, what's the why behind the current performance? Like, what's the root cause question? And so that one could be wrong. 2, if I am right, it's an easy fix, but I happen to like that that's part of what we should look for is what is the administration's understanding of why we are where we are. And I think knowing our superintendent, I know that's a key part of how she thinks. But it was just now striking me that I'm not sure that's in the report.
It's perfect. It's not necessarily in the PowerPoint, but the PowerPoint is indicative of a conversation that both the board and the superintendent are going to have as part of the monitoring process. And in that conversation is exactly what you talked about. And that's what you're looking for, is what is your understanding? So in number 3, it's what is the superintendent's understanding of the current situation? What are the plans? Do they align? And as a board, are we understanding how all the pieces parts fit together? Does that make sense? So what you just described is exactly what the conversation is about.
And so for my own clarity, it's not that we should expect to see that distributed to the board ahead of time, but it's something that should come up in the conversation when we have it in the meeting. Thank you.
So I think as we go through this monitoring guide, it might help answer some questions regarding that. But Eve, did you have a question before we get started?
Something that I feel really strongly about is that we don't, and it's not just this administration or the treasurer, but so often we don't lack information. What we might lack is enough analysis. And really you want the professionals to provide the analysis, or it starts having us start to, theorize or what have you. And we're happy to do that, no problem. And I'll bet you we're usually right. But I think the more emphasis we can have on analysis helps us also judge our super and judge our treasurer as to them giving us that kind of guidance. I think we think that would be helpful. And I think that process here allows for that.
Yeah, thanks, Eve. Okay, so let's go back to the effective goal monitoring guide, and let's just start at the top. The first section, what is goal monitoring? I am going with the assumption that everyone has read this. So what jumps out at you in this first section about what is goal monitoring? What are you noticing about that? Yeah, Mary.
I think with the goal monitoring, I think that I like that it's a conversation between the whole entire board. It's a conversation with the superintendent, so we're actually talking about things.
Thanks. Yeah, so it's a conversation where you're actually talking about things. Go ahead, Mike.
The biggest standout to me in all of this is that it's honest. At the end of all of it, that's what all of this says to me.
Yeah, that it's honest.
Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you. Why a conversation and not a deposition? Why is it a conversation with the superintendent and not a deposition of the superintendent?
I think part of the reason may be, in fact, we are asking certain expectations to be met as far as a goal. And when we think about that, there are a lot of factors that go into that are not something that we necessarily control or dictate, right? And so in some ways, it's a conversation in that the superintendent has an opportunity to explain both, provide the data and explain what the steps they've taken, what the things they've done, what's worked, what's not worked, as part of a also continuous thought process around whether or not, whether the goals are in fact appropriate goal. I think we talked a little bit about that. Like if you're reaching your goals far, if something just becomes unattainable as a goal, then that's something for the board to decide whether or not we want to maintain that goal or those type of things. But I think it's a continuous conversation, not just about the results of as a goal, but also about whether or not the path that we go to get there will continue to lead us towards that goal, or we're on track, not on track, these things, what factors are a part of that. So it can't be just like, all right, tell me what the data says and then sit down. It has to be kind of a continuous conversation that evolves, not necessarily the goal specifically, but evolves the idea and the thought behind what we've been doing, what's been successful, what's the next plan, steps, the strategy, more so than just a result-driven conversation.
Yeah, thank you. So having it be an ongoing conversation about what's happening actually to make progress toward the goal, how we're addressing things when they're not working. When we think about the board and what happens in the boardroom, often we talk about a board being a policy-making body, which they are. But even more important than being a policy setting body, the board is also a culture setting body. So when we think about how things play out in a classroom between a teacher and a student, when a student isn't making progress toward an academic goal, how would you want a conversation between a student and a teacher to play, or a teacher and a student to play out? It is. It is. When thinking about how you would want a conversation to play out between a teacher and a student when a student is not achieving an academic target, how would you want that to play out? Mike, you had your hand up.
Ideally, I'd want to see it play out with two questions, you know, assuming a ideal environment. One being, what is it about you don't understand? And the second being, what do you need to help you understand it?
Yeah. Yeah. So, and you wouldn't want it to be, I'm going to make an assumption that you wouldn't want it to be a belittling or a conversation that is accusatory or what have you. So if we think about it as what happens in the boardroom is echoed in the classroom. So as you're having these conversations with your superintendent and thinking about the culture that you don't want to create in your classroom between teachers and students, and the culture you don't want to have between your principals and teachers and how they approach continuous improvement, and the teacher or the principal supervisors. So anytime a board signals that it's okay to degrade, belittle, however that may happen, even sometimes unintentionally with comments that we're making, that signals all the way through the system that that's an okay way to deal with those types of issues. Brandon?
I think the other part too, to Mike's earlier point of making it an honest conversation, I think sometimes we get to one end of the spectrum or the other, right? So we get to all we do is belittle, or all we do is champion the one win that we had while ignoring the other things that we need to work on. And I think that's part of what a conversation does, is you do both. You do talk about the things that that you have to work on, but you also talk about the things you do well to figure out where you go next. And so in some ways, sometimes I think we see into the spectrum, right? Where that's how the conversations either lie in, is either everybody has to love everything that we did or everybody has to hate everything we did. When in reality, the results are probably going to be mixed.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And if I could also add, as the person responding to the questions, it's a difference in an ask that says, why didn't you, versus did you know, right? And so that opens up a different kind of conversation, a different kind of response. So as I think about this, the conversational piece of it allows for there to truly be dialogue around root causes, around opportunities for next steps, around whether or not we think this strategy is a strategy that's actually working, if this is something we need to continue. And I use that as a basis of, there's just a difference in a response when it's a conversation versus why didn't you do this, versus did you even know about this? And I think that that's something, just thinking about it. I heard you say, I don't think I've heard you say that before, that the board is a culture setting body. And I really like that. And I don't know that I've heard that before. I've heard commentary around, the district watches us as the board, and they look at the way that we interact, and they make, not just the district, the community watches us, and they look at the way that we interact, and they make their own assumptions based on what they see. But I don't know that I'd heard it really put that way. And I just think that that's something that it just resonated with me in terms of, as we're getting ready, this is really tough work. And it's really a huge change in the way of doing business. And I've said it more than once, but I say it again, I applaud the board for taking on this kind of responsibility in terms of really focusing on what matters most. And that's what's happening academically for our children, what's happening to improve outcomes for them, because that's not the easy stuff. It's easy to talk about, that's not the stuff that's that's sometimes the most controversial. We talked early on that, there are not a lot of superintendents that are no longer superintendents because there wasn't an improvement in student performance. Usually it's something that has nothing to do with student performance. And so when you think, it's usually interactions between the superintendent and the board. So when there is a basis for what that looks like, and there is a protocol for how we're beginning to really collectively own overall improvement for children, and put that at the forefront of what we're talking to our community about, not to say that the other things aren't important, because they are, but it also continues to signal that this board is committed to improved outcomes for children. And I thought that was really important, so I wanted to raise it.
Yeah, thank you for lifting that up. Ben, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, it's a slightly different training, but I just wanted to validate and agree with. I also wrote down that comment about what happens in the boardroom is echoed in the classroom, because I hadn't heard that before, but I really like it. The brief piece I was going to raise is this way of thinking about goal monitoring reminds me of some lessons I learned about giving feedback as a manager, because I was very bad at that for a very long time. And I think one of the keys for me was coming to see it as part of being curious, you know. And I think that because yes, there need to be clear outcomes that are measurable, and yes, you need some interim information to know, is this person on track or not on track to get where they're supposed to be. But once you have that, less of a hammer and more of like, you know, I really want to learn more about why this isn't where I know you want it to be also. And can you tell me more about that, and where are you stuck, and what are things that you need? And then I think being able to approach that from a lens of curiosity, I think taps into things I kind of naturally like anyway, and also helps get at some of the key issues in a non-judgmental kind of way. And so I don't know if that's helpful for anybody in this room other than me, but it was helpful for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I think that be curious view of things, if you do think about it in that sense, what you're really trying to understand is, what does the superintendent know about the situation? So being curious about who's being impacted the most. And there's a question guide at the end of this as well, where we're really trying to spend the bulk of our time on those current performance questions and really asking open-ended questions to find out what the superintendent knows and what analysis they've done, that she's done with her team, to understand the who is this impacting the most, who's doing well, who's not, why, before you even get to the future. What steps are you taking to really get a deep understanding of where you're at, and why you're there? The current reality, why the current reality for students is the way it is, whether it be on track or off track, is a big part of it. And doing that from a curiosity lens is important. So thanks for lifting that up. Okay. Let's move on to the next, and some of this you've probably already covered, but how is goal monitoring beneficial? What are you noticing in that, or what jumps out to you in how is goal monitoring beneficial?
I think, you know, again, going back to what we've talked about for most of the time here, is that I think it does provide clarity as to what we are doing to benefit student outcomes, right? And so in some ways, at times when we're doing everything, it's not always clear what we are accomplishing and whether or not what we've done has been effective. So I think it provides a clearer way to demonstrate effectiveness, to think about when we're not effective, how do we adjust? When we are effective, how do we mirror that in other aspects of our work? But for me, I think it also is just it's a ability to focus, because I really do feel like sometimes there are so many things that are going to happen that we're going to get pulled into and be trying to do, and that in some ways this allows us to really be able to provide a little bit of guidance and focus and clarity when we're trying to say whether or not we've created a benefit for student outcomes. Because I think sometimes it's cool to say we got like 20 kids in one program doing excellent things, and if the other 36,000 students are struggling, it doesn't really show that to folks. And so I think it can be a way for us to demonstrate that we are being effective in a more clear and focused way.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so it demonstrates clarity and focus, because there is always, I'd encourage you, if you haven't, and I can send it, there's a book called 4 Disciplines of Execution, by Covey and McChesney, and there's a third author. But there's also a little video that kind of captures what they call the whirlwind. And leaders such as yourselves, and I sat in a board seat for 8 years as well, can get really taken by that whirlwind of everything else going on. So it does take a discipline to focus at least half of your time toward making the main thing and keeping that focus, because when you're pulled by the whirlwind, who else is pulled by the whirlwind? Everybody. But who specifically? Yeah. And if the superintendent, I heard students, yeah, ultimately then your students are being sucked up by that whirlwind as the direct result. Yeah, Mike.
So why is it beneficial? I'm going to say, you kind of said it. I'm just going to say it a different way, maybe more simply. I don't know. There's a lot of tangential benefits and ripple effects of it. And we stay focused on the goals. Yes, it's moving these things forward ideally, but there are a ton of tangential benefits, some of which are listed here, some that you just said, but it doesn't really have a lot of negatives.
Yeah, I agree. And thanks for simplifying my speak. I
No,
think that's
no,
your job now.
It's getting
great.
exhausting, but not you, it's them more so, but we do our best.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Carolyn.
I don't want to repeat, but I'm in a way am repeating what everybody's saying. But I think the fact that the term that's used in here is cadence of reviewing data and maintaining the focus. We get into a pattern of reviewing on a regular basis, whatever. But I have more of a question, and
Sure.
I think we can do this.
Mm-hmm.
But how do we help each other in that process? For me, I think that's part of how we move forward. Is we have to be able to talk to each other and say to each other, is that really what we should be focusing on? Or, that kind of thing. So I don't know if there's a answer for that other than you just got to go through the process. I don't know.
So I think there's that, but when we started, we talk about student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change.
Well, that's exactly what I was looking at.
Right. Which adult have to change first?
Okay.
Which adults have to change first?
But you don't have to change first. Okay.
Which adults do? I'm asking.
Oh.
Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Which adults have to change first? I heard you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yourself. Yeah. Me.
Right.
So I think first, to be cliche, being the change you want to see. And then I think you all are working right now toward those bylaws around accountability and ability to hold each other accountable toward that. So I think first you hold yourself accountable, but then I think they're by having those operating procedures that you actually employ toward making the board more effective, because to match your sayings with your doings. If you want to be more student outcomes focused, then have the undergirding of your board policies to do that. Your board policies about yourself, which would be your bylaws. What other questions? And the only other thing I would say, and I think Ray alluded to it earlier when we were going through the interim goals and interim guardrails, and especially when we were talking about your superintendent's discomfort with the interim guardrails around disproportionality, there will be, the whirlwind is going to come at you hard. And I think you need to be clear on that. And you all are here not to be comfortable. There's going to be discomfort. If you're leading, there's discomfort with that. So superintendent is going to be moving people's cheese. And there's going to be discomfort for a lot of folks in the system because this is about adult behavior change. Because what is the definition of insanity?
Same thing over and over.
Yeah, and that's going to be hard. Change is hard, and it's often because, not just because change is hard, but it's a fear of what we're losing. There's going to be a lot of that through the organization, through, and people are going to come to you. People are going to ask for your time. People are going to, you know, when we talk about creating the culture within the system and how you would want things to play out between a student and a teacher, would you want that conversation between a student and a teacher to happen between the student and the teacher first, or would you want that teacher to just elevate it to the principal? And then, and how would you want that to happen? Between the teacher, yeah. So thinking about that, not allowing things to escalate. I know there have been times where you all have been approached as things are changing within the organization. It's going to be very tempting to give folks your time to deal with situations around change. And what I would really encourage is that the conversations be kept at this level and an understanding of why change is happening, what that might look like, and have the courage of conviction in order to ensure that change is allowed to happen, that the superintendent can be cascading these goals all the way from this boardroom all the way into the classroom in an effective manner, and always upholding the policies of the district, upholding law, all of those things. But that is a hard place to be. But I would really encourage that. Any questions or thus far? All right.
That was really good.
Thank you.
Because what I thought about was what I really thought about was actually being a sitting principal. And when you talk about the classroom, you know, when parents would reach out, my first question was, have you spoken with the teacher? Now, if they said yes, then we had to do some other intervention. And then leading principals, it was the same thing. When people would reach out, my first response was, have you spoken with the principal? And being a principal, and I think one of the reasons that was so important to me is because being a principal, I had experiences where that did not happen. And I was the one to fix the problem. I was the one that had to fix it. So somebody else could call and say, this is what you need to do. But ultimately, I had to be the one responsible for fixing it. So I think everybody knows that they have somebody else to go to, but there is a mutual respect that's created when principals know that they have an opportunity to fix whatever the situation is, or say, I didn't do it this way because, and we've had one of those examples. I didn't do it this way because, I did it this way because of X, Y, and Z, and we'd say, that makes sense. You're supported in terms of doing that. So I hadn't really made the connection in terms of why that's important. But it is very important. And even in interacting with parents now that reach out, because they reach out to all of us for a variety of things, and most of the board members direct it, you know, to me, and I get it to the team or whoever is going to follow up with it. But there is nothing more rewarding for a principal than a parent to then respond and say, I already spoke with Principal X and they took care of the situation. And so that was just something else. You're saying some pretty good things I'm writing down over here on the list, because I think that that's something that resonates, but it's also something that I need to use in my everyday practice and consistently use that as well, because those things are really, really important. And as a teacher, I would want to know first so that I could address the issue.
Yeah,
so.
Thank you. All right. So I think as a way of wrapping up, because this will be an ongoing conversation, and what as you actually get into the process of progress monitoring, when these report templates are filled in for real, there are some questions, preparation, and practice that we would want you all to go through as far as preparing for those conversations. And a lot of that is around, there's a section on effective board member participation, which is, are there page numbers? No. Yeah, we need to put page numbers on this, but it's on the second page. There's right after effective monitoring reports, there's both effective superintendent participation and effective board member participation. As you look at those, what adult behavior change might need to happen in order for this type of effective superintendent and effective board member participation to happen? What needs to be present? What would need to be present for the superintendent to be able to participate this way? And then for board members? Respect. Yeah, thanks.
I'm not sure if this is the direction you're going to or not, but it just strikes me that doing this kind of prep and thinking takes time. Time for the superintendent and her team, you know, and so I'm thinking about making sure we're protecting her and her team's time to do that. Also time for us, like it's do your homework.
Yeah.
You know, like things need to come out early enough that we can get them. We need to give them time to get those things out early enough so we can read them. And then people need to come in having gone through them and ready to engage in a meaningful way.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, time both for their preparation and for doing your homework, and to be able to engage with that mutual respect. Yeah.
I think one of the struggles that there will always be is that failure is a very personal thing, right? And success is a very collaborative, collective thing, right? So the folks who are generally more successful, you know, you win and you say, I want to, you know, I'm thanking all the people who got me here. This was a team effort, right?
That's what I'm going to say. I'm not going away speak.
So you want to thank all the voters who put me in this position. But when we fail, it's always a one-person thing. And I think in a lot of ways, that is the hard part in thinking about this process, is that reaching the goal is, yes, a collective success, but also not reaching a goal is a collective failure. And it's not a one-person failure, and it's not something one person should feel they own alone or respond to alone. And so in some ways, that is about thinking about, and I mean, failure is a rough way of putting sometimes what we're saying, which is just that we didn't attain the goal that we set forth. So we may still be successful in a lot of other ways about it, but we just didn't reach that goal. But even in that is a collective thing of the we that sometimes also needs to be owned as a we instead of being owned as an I, right? And I think that's a hard part for conversations around these things, because the community doesn't see it as a we, the community sees it as a you. Right? Like, you who I'm talking to, you didn't do, so my kid didn't get to college, so you failed them, right? And that's as simple as they see at times. And so it is a different conversation when you do the we.
Yeah.
And you respect, and to Board Member Weinberg's point there, respect, you build that respect with that we conversation a lot more so than you do with the I versus you kind of deal, or the it's all me or it's not all me type deal.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. We go ahead, Carolyn.
I'm just piggybacking a little bit on what Member Craig said, I think it is, you know, failures are individual, success collective. I also think that as we approach the goal monitoring piece, just recognizing that we are a collective entity to hold the superintendent accountable.
Yeah.
And that's the success. That's what creates the foundation, I think, for success. And that it's going to take all 7 of us when the monitoring piece, like if something's going wrong with the monitoring piece, it's not us as individuals who can say, you didn't do this or you didn't do that, but collectively we should be addressing that in our forms. So just thought I'd.
Yeah, Dr. Moffett.
I do think of trust and transparency. I read, it says, don't be defensive. That signals to me a lack of trust. Transparency, when we're just in reflecting to the entire conversation in entirety, when you mention that the board sets the culture for the district, that is very, very true, in that if there is distension and a lack of trust and disrespect from the top, it typically trickles down. And so a lot of what I'm hearing in your suggestions regarding, I'm going to just kind of paraphrase it in a lay terms, like protect the goals, protect the superintendent collectively as a board, and in the goals and guardrails in the community, be protective of those things and allow, or at least explain to the community that this is what we're adopting and these things are this particular way, which is the difference. That takes a lot of trust. And I had a really great conversation with AJ, who gave us those bracelets, in just trying to understand how to fit student outcome focus into an environment where there is distrust, in an environment where there is not cohesiveness. And I mean, there's distrust within colleagues on the board, and then there's distrust between the superintendent and the board relationship. How do you, if you believe in some of those tenets, how do you still maintain that student outcome focused governance model? And he was very clear and shared that there was a book that he has not released, but it talks about a lack of trust and having to have trust in order to really effectively roll out some of the things that would really, really benefit students. And so in looking at some of your, what's effective superintendent participation, what's effective board member participation, I see don't be defensive, but then I also see no gotcha governance, don't offer advice. That takes a lot of trust. And if the trust is not been established or maintained, then I think it's very difficult for that to happen effectively. And I believe that we can all have a different understanding of how to implement our engagement with the community. And I believe that we all have and buy into student outcome focused governance at a high level. But I do think that for it to be as effective with regard to it being a change of how our district is been engaging with the community, a change in how we are reporting out to the community, I think it needs to have, we have to have trust. And that has not been, it's been very, very minimal. It's been non-existent at times. And that's, I think, an area where we need to work on when I hear you say that the board sets the culture. Because if there is a culture of distension, that is going to trickle down to the superintendent. And one last thing, when you gave the example of a student and a teacher, I immediately went to some of Mike's offerings with regard to what should happen first. But then I also am taken to, that is, that's a power situation where the teacher is over the student. And so that you want it to happen in that manner, but when you're talking about team and there being equality there, I think it's a slightly different. Just slightly. There's some differences there because there's not that power dynamic. But again, I think ideally it should be exactly how you've described. But one of the things when you ask the question about participation on both ends, I just see that there's a lot of trust that's there.
I couldn't agree more, and I think I'll address what we talk about in terms of adult behavior change as well. One of the hardest things for any individual to do, particularly if the superintendent is going to come and present, and we say, don't sugarcoat the data, don't hide the data. That's a hard thing to do for an individual to come and say, our data wasn't what we hoped it would be, but here's what we're thinking about. And the important thing is you talked about having trust. I think it's having trust, but you kind of alluded to it as well. It's building trust. And so the understanding that if I'm going to come and be transparent about the data and where we are and where we're struggling with the board, how the board reacts to that is what builds the trust and builds the culture that says it's okay to share. We're not yet where we are, but here's how we're trying to get there. And what happens, and I'll use another analogy, not just the teacher and the child, but it opens the door for a teacher to approach the principal and say, I didn't accomplish what I wanted to with my kids, but what they see the interaction between the board and the superintendent. There's a power dynamic. The board hires and fires the superintendent, but is giving the space for the superintendent to say, we didn't accomplish what we wanted to, but here's where we're trying to go. It gives space for a teacher to say, I didn't accomplish what I wanted to, but here's where I want to go. And the principal not saying, well, I'm going to blame you for that, but the principal is saying, all right, how do we support you in improving that? And so that's the culture that you really want. It is, you're absolutely right. And I would say it's not something that you have, it's something that you build. Does that make sense?
Can I close the loop a little bit on this? Because you just sort of triggered something to me, Doc, when you were talking. And I agree with Dr. Moffitt to a point. I do think we have some trust. I don't think we have an absence of it. I agree that we need to work on it, particularly amongst ourselves and the relationship with the superintendent. I do think we have enough elements of trust to build something really cool. But just to close the loop, because you triggered this in me. So a few hours ago, however long we've been here, I referenced a teacher crying in my office. She was worried. She'd been teaching like 30, 40 years. And the school dynamic had changed, and there was zero trust among anybody at that school, and it was a really hard job coming in as the new person everybody just kind of hated because they hated everybody. So I had to work on that first. My point is that the example you gave, it's not some weird backward way to like throw compliments my way, but it took a long time, and she was not the nicest lady in the world either. She has since passed on, and we became great friends. But she came to me and asked me for help eventually. She's like, I'm tired. I don't think I'm this way. Can you come to my classroom? My point being, it took a long time to get there, and it was very uncomfortable. It took a full year to even get her to not hate the administration, or at least me. But then to come and say, like, I actually need your help. And being able to then go and address things for kids. The key, of course, in my opinion, and it's always been my opinion, and anyone who's been on this board with me for 6 years knows this, the tune hasn't changed. The tattoos have changed maybe, but the tune hasn't. If we truly do keep it on the kids, and we say that a lot, we all say it a lot, but sometimes it's bullshit. If we truly do keep it on the kids and it's not bullshit, then those things like that conversation, that lady who really didn't like anybody is going to start coming and saying, can we get some assistance? But we just need to be super clear that we stop messing around, because a big part of the reason there's a lack of have nothing to do with kids.
Yeah, not following up on that, because I think that's in a different place. I appreciated the tactic and the strategic and the technical. That's very helpful. All of this is very useful, but monitoring is not oversight in my way of thinking. that is a completely different kind of, I won't say set of rules, because all of it should be about respect, all of it should be about do your homework or whatever. But that's a different level of relationship and pressure and environment when boards have to exercise some oversight, and not just holding the superintendent accountable about her evaluation or what, I'm not talking about that, but oversight, seeing into the future, being able to, round the community up or what have you. So I think this is certainly true. And this is obviously what we want to be doing regarding those mutually established goals and guardrails. But oversight is another element, and someday it might be interesting to talk a little bit more about the kind of rules of engagement or the pressures that exist in oversight versus necessarily doing this very important work, but there is this other kind of quiver full of arrows too over here, which is oversight. So
I agree. I agree 100% with that.
That's a hard thing, and I wouldn't mind any guidance on that a bit. So thank you.
Yeah. So we talk about this as wanting to move you toward 50%, but there is that other 50% that of time that usually is spent on 50% on goals, and then the other 50% is guardrails and legal responsibilities. So that is something that we can continue to pursue. But if there are no further questions on this document at this time, which you now have this in your hands, and we will, and this will be great guidance to have as you get into the real monitoring, monitoring an actual filled in monitoring report. And we can continue working with you all on that, because it is a muscle to build in question asking, in all of those different things, because it's different. I think you mentioned that this is different than how you've done it in the past. So it takes time. It's all continuous improvement. So I think at this point we'll transition to an activity that Ray.
Cindy, can I ask one question
Yeah,
before we transition? I think I know the answer to this, but I just would like in the public session with everybody here to check. So what we have in front of us is a calendar for monitoring that would take up this academic year. I think what I'm taking away is that this has the support of the board to play out in our meeting agendas. But that does not mean we can't do other things on the nights where we have progress monitoring. And there are meetings that won't have progress monitoring because we have 2 business meetings a month. But I wanted to just check that there's support from the board to then go and do this. That means people would get those monitoring reports ahead of time. We would commit to reading them. And we didn't really talk about this in the meeting, but we vote to approve them or not to approve them. Sorry. We vote to accept. I'm not clear on the difference, but I'm sure there's an important difference to accept or not to accept. And so I wanted to make sure we said this in the meeting, because I didn't want people to be surprised or not in support of us going and doing this over the rest of this time together. And so I heard some yeses, but I just wanted to check. Is there any dissent on that front? Yeah, Eve?
No dissent, but the important piece for me is understanding that there is other work to be done.
Yeah.
And so, and how we balance that, how we devote the hours that we need. I think we have to have a more collaborative approach as to how we're going to do that. Firm on what we need to do with this. No question about it. Even the calendar is fine with me, but I think there is much work beyond this. And so I think juggling that, I think we can all work together to figure that out.
I think we are just fully cognizant. What is it? Not even yet.
Thank you. Noted. Any other comments we want to make? Great. Thank you.
So now I'm going to ask you all to leave everything that you have right where it is. And we're going to go right here in this area and form a circle. So leave everything you have right where it is. And we'll go right here. And form a circle. Nope, no chairs. We're going to stand if that's okay. Unless if you need a chair, we're going to be standing for a little while.
I'm out of GT. I'm out of GT. I can stay along.
You eat.
I just
You
heard
can
the
lean
gun.
on me. We'll all together.
I'll announce this. I'll announce this loudly.
Yes.
I want to make sure all of you know we are switching from the table mics to a camera mic. So it'll still be mics for the public. Will still be able to
Yes.
hear the conversation.
Thank
We
you.
need to do chairs under the table. 36 years. Yes.
I was,
That's fair.
I was successful at
That's
that.
You saw how much here.
I've been stuck. You were in it. Okay. We're not gonna make a hat or something, are we?
Big one.
We're not gonna make a hat or
We're not
something.
gonna make that.
Thank you for doing trust falls.
That is the only man. Can't do
A
them.
lot of people.
Never with the school board.
Oh, have I done so? I gotta think about that. I don't think I have. I know a lot of folks.
Next is not trust falls, it's trust not down.
That was everything I could do.
Trust that.
Physical therapy for 3 months.
Basking in the warm glow of.
Yeah.
Trust.
So what we're gonna do now is just do a little activity. And what I'm gonna ask you to do is I'm gonna call out one person's name across the circle. I'm gonna toss this ball to them. It doesn't matter. You can call out anyone you like in the circle. For the purposes of this, I'm gonna ask if it's
I'm having
okay.
a flashback.
Don't have any flashbacks. You'll be good. For the purposes of this, I'm gonna ask if it's use. No.
People talking about birthday month.
Hey, Bart.
People talking about birthday month.
All right. What I'll also ask is if you have a nickname. If you like to share it, but share a nickname. The ball will start with me. Toss it to one person who hasn't. So I'll ask you at the beginning to remember who you tossed it to. So I'm going to start with Brandon. My nickname, by the way, Ray.
That counts as a nickname?
It is my nickname. That counts. It doesn't have to be anything special. I've never had anything special, so I'm not.
So
a
it's
special
really
child.
Raymond or?
Raymond is my full name. And then Ray.
He's cheap.
And actually, I grew
He's got another.
Yeah, actually grew into. No, I don't. Actually, I grew into Ray. Ray actually. And toss it. Call the person's name that you're going to toss it to before you toss it to them.
What's your nickname?
So, much to say, I have a nickname forever. But I have one nickname that my family, I was younger, used to call me, which was Grandpa, because I was like an old soul. And so, the entire family, from one neighbor.
You catch it.
That was even with the interference.
My nickname? My nickname. Is my middle name. So, is that all I'm supposed to do?
If they call out someone else's name, call them first.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you can't throw it back to you.
Nickname, I have, Kelly Sawyer, and her family gave it to me. All right, Mike.
You're gonna be
So,
funny.
I know the feed is my behind. Hi. So hi, I'm Mike. I used to have a nickname back in the day. I used to tour around with bands. I guess people used to call me Alabama. I'm from Georgia. It doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. It's born out of a night late with people doing stuff, and it just sucked. Yeah, Carolyn. Call her first.
Yeah, I need to get it. The mic, not the actual follow.
I actually have three nicknames,
Okay.
but I won't say all. But the one that stuck with me for my lifetime is Callie. Callie. And my grandmother gave that to me when I was little. And so everybody started calling me
Kind of cute.
But I will tell you my softball nickname is Jonesy.
It's on her license plate.
That's what my license plate says. Great.
So, I have two nicknames. My first nickname is Shorty because I was 4 pounds. I was born. So, but so Shorty, my grandfather gave me that, and then Rainy, like Karini, Rainy. Ben.
That's really where I was going to drop it.
So, like Ray, I am Benjamin technically. So Ben is. Nobody calls me Benjamin except my dad. But my sister, the only person who calls me this, but she calls me Jamin. I really like. Ben Jamin. And
Ice cream. Ben and Jim.
are you not having it?
I think I'm the last.
I'm like, oh, I thought this was going to be weird.
So disappointed.
I actually did not have a nickname growing up. When I was a baby, yes, my family in New York used to call me Q. My middle name is Shaquana. But I go by, for my nickname is Mayor. My professor at the University of Cincinnati actually gave that to me. And if there's only one other person in this world right now that calls me that, is he. So I was very shocked. Yes, because it was a mayor. A really rare. Yes, it brought back memories. And so I also go by.
All right, so I have two. One that my family gave to me and the other that I kind of gave to myself. My middle name is Chantel. My family calls me Chantel. Most of my family did not even know that my name was Ironetta. They all call me Chantel. My inner family, my mom and my sister still call me this. They call me Shanny. When my father died almost 25 years ago, his name was Ira. That's who I'm named after. And so anybody after that 25-year period that I introduced myself to, I introduced myself to them as Ira. And so for the last 25 years, folks that have met me, that have especially met me in social circles, I introduce myself as Ira, so they call me Ira.
Cool.
Back to you.
Thank you. And you heard mine. So we're gonna do the same thing again, same pattern. So everybody remember who you tossed it to?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So you'll need to hang in.
Yeah, I just didn't want my butt on the thing.
Before you back here, I'll back here. So you'll need to remember them. Toss to. You don't have to remember. Ready? Sorry, keep going. Keep going.
No, do it again.
All right. Brandon?
Carolyn.
Oh, now we got it, baby.
Brandon?
Oh, wait.
Carolyn.
Yeah.
Right?
Carolyn.
Okay, come on, somebody else calls it.
Oh, yeah. Ray? Oh, sorry. Ironetta.
Carolyn.
Ray?
Boom!
All right.
At least there are more people watching this.
If this part, send it out.
What's your nickname, Phyllis?
So really quickly, pattern that we set, can we get all 4 out?
Yeah, easily. Yeah, fine.
Not without time.
Carolyn. Carolyn.
Done. We're all done.
Ready? Our red is coming in. Yes, right.
Okay.
Yes, yes, move.
Well, that was fun.
I apologize.
Okay, still mix it up.
Now let's do.
So Ray, I'll show a cool trick I can do.
That's
My 1 year.
another one of my
Selfie.
big moments.
That shit was different.
So it's my one talent.
That's not good. That's
pretty good.
Thank God the public is not.
Oh, they will.
That'll be clipped and edited later.
Yeah, rest assured.
So, quick question, I apologize for first. So how fast, in the pattern you said, how fast do you think?
It's just one ball?
Just one ball. Like before.
Tell Mike not to act like he's on the pitching rubber.
Wait, what are we doing?
Less than 10 seconds? Less than 10 seconds?
I think 10 seconds. We can do it.
15. So we got 15, we got 10, 12. I will split the difference. All right. Anybody?
I got time. You got it?
Tell me when to go.
Go.
Oh! Keep going.
How long is it? Hey, how long is that?
2015.8.
No.
All right, so we got 15 points. You do it fast?
Yeah. You can get 10.
All right, you ready? Tell me when to go.
Go. Rosky, Carolyn, Green, go.
Mary.
Arna, Ray.
Right.
9 seconds.
All right, can we do it fast?
Yeah.
All
right, that was 9.5 technically. 9.5 technically.
All right, 9.5. All right, here we go. Tell me when to go.
And go.
Green.
You want to double
Go.
play?
Go.
7.31.
You gotta do it fast?
Yeah.
That was good. That was good.
Let's go.
Every group.
One second.
Every group I've done it with has gotten it. Everyone.
There's only two.
They all put their hands in touch at the same time.
You just touch it.
So it's got to follow the pattern that we set.
Yeah.
It's got to start.
It's right in the middle. We also-
Come in close.
He's got it there, guys.
What are we doing?
Everyone put their hands in. We all just touch it at the same time, right?
It's got to follow the pattern.
Or you gotta put it in your hand.
We all hold and then somebody tap.
We can
Have it in
move.
the order.
And we can change this.
Move around, yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you
So
go.
it goes from you to him.
Okay, so.
And then it goes from
I'm Ray. Yes, you're
I
right.
go here. And I go next to you. Great, Carolyn comes next to me, then Reed. And
Do it.
What are we doing?
Where you going?
Still not gonna be a second.
I'm going, Brent.
Go.
25. 4 seconds.
You have to change.
Or we have to all touch and then just have the ball go.
Yes, roll it. That's right.
Okay, ready? Make a line.
You said that one hand, one hand.
One handed. Yeah, one handed. Yeah. Now give it to Brandon and then go. Go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't say stop.
You are 1.5.
One
Cindy. Rob, don't ever tell anybody that's what we do.
Don't worry, they all know.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I like that one.
All right, so a couple of questions for you. Couple of questions for you. Who came up with the right answer?
Collective effort?
It was a collective effort. Yeah, it was everyone. What was one of the in getting it into less than 1 second? What was one of the first things you did? There was one. Get closer together. Get in the order. You know, don't put one hand but two. It's always if we had asked any one person to try to solve that problem, we'd be here forever. We'd have been here all night. Because it takes collective ideas to solve problems. Second thing is, how many of you, when I said it can be done in less than 1 second, how many of you immediately said, "Oh wait, that's impossible"?
I said it.
You said it? All right. It's part of the power. What you've done is you've set goals. And part of the power of goal setting, as soon as I told you it could be done in less than 1 second, what did you put your minds toward doing?
Getting it done in 1 second.
Getting it done in less than 1 second. If I hadn't said that, you'd have been satisfied at 4 seconds. Right?
Yeah.
Part of the power of goal setting is all about saying, here's where we want to go. And what you want the superintendent and the administrative team to do is figure out how to get there. What you want all of their focus to be on, now that we've told you what the goal is, focus on figuring out how to get there. And we're not going to distract you from accomplishing that goal. We're going to monitor whether you get there. But we're not going to distract you from that. If you never set a goal, then you'll be satisfied with wherever you end up. Does that make sense? That's the power of what you've done. How did it feel when I threw in the second, third, and fourth balls?
I mean, that was pure fun for me, but you know, I don't know about the rest of the folks.
It was fun for you.
I think we had to immediately change course. There was something with the course correct because we didn't know the next ball was coming.
Okay.
So we had to remember where we were and deal with the balls coming with us at the same time, but not moving away from the goal to get it to the person.
Okay. What do you say again?
I stopped looking at anybody except Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same here.
So what you did was say, wait a minute, I can't focus on all the
Uh-huh.
other balls. I got to focus on just the person who's tossing me the ball.
Yeah.
As a board, one of the things that you need to be mindful of, what you just experienced with multiple balls going in is exactly what happens to the superintendent every time you make a suggestion. And one of the things that we share is a suggestion from above is indistinguishable from a command. Anybody ever heard that before? So if I'm a general in the Army and I'm talking to a sergeant and I tell the sergeant, well, I'm not going to make you do this. You don't have to do this, but you may want to think about getting a haircut. What does that say to the sergeant? You get a haircut. There's no, or what if I say, you may want to think about getting in better shape. You don't have to, but you may want to think about it. What does that say to the sergeant? Yeah, get in better shape. The same occurs for you as board members with the superintendent. A suggestion from above is indistinguishable from a command. But if the superintendent is getting 20 suggestions from above, what does that do in terms of the ability to focus? Makes it much harder. It makes it much harder. What you want to do as a board is you actually want to practice as a board, helping the superintendent and the team focus on, Cindy said earlier, and one of the things we talk about, keep the main thing the main thing. So if you start tossing extra balls into the circle, then you're contributing to the school district not being able to focus on students and focusing on everything else. As soon as you do that, it's the same experience that you just had happens to the district in reality, in that we aren't focused on the main thing because we're chasing different balls. Does that make sense? This was only 4. Each of you, all 7 of you, has different ideas about what you want the superintendent to focus on. If you've all got 4 or 5 balls, then it becomes a major juggling act. Does that make sense? And that juggling act takes the district away from what you want them to focus on. So it's really up to you as a board to say, how do we make sure our conversations, which is why we say 50% should be about student outcomes, how do we make sure our conversations are about the main thing? Because it allows the district to then focus their conversations on the main thing. Does that make sense? Second question for you, another question for you. What was the first time that you said you'd accomplished the goal in, or accomplished getting 1 ball around the circle in? What was the first time we had?
15
It was 15 something the first time. We say we do it in 12. Somebody said 15, 12, 15. The first time was 15. What was the second time? 9.8. What was the third time?
5.
Nope.
No, it was 5 something.
7 something.
Yeah.
Then what was the next time?
5.
4. The next time was 4. So you went 15, 12, 7 something, 4, because the 7 something was when you got closer together, but we still tossed it around. The 4 was when we stood next to each other and just passed it around. And then I gave you the goal of less than 1 second. What'd you get to after that? Didn't go to less than 1 second right away, but it was close to at 1 point something. You would have gotten to less than 1 second. When we did it, we all kind of put our fingers together, like overlapping fingers, and just swiped across the fingers, if that makes sense. So it's like, hold out your finger. So it's like we just did this, then another person put their finger next to mine and just swiped across the fingers. So there's lots of different ways to do it. But did we jump from 15 seconds to less than 1 second? Did we jump from 15 seconds to 4 seconds? It was a process of getting better and better and better and better. So as we monitored what we were doing, we went from 15 to 12 to 9 to 7 to 4. The same thing about continuous improvement with student achievement. It's a process of, wait a minute, we got it from 15 to 12. How do we make adjustments in the system to get it from 12 to 9? How do we make adjustments in the system to get it from 9 to 7? How do we make adjustments? Our goal is to get it to less than 1. But we're not going to jump to less than 1 overnight. It's a process. Does that make sense? You're asking the district to do the exact same thing. And you got to understand that as you go. It's a process of getting from where we are now to where we want to be. And you just experience that process. There's a lot of other things I could share with you as we go. There's other activities that we do, but just wanted to give you that activity. One, to get you up and laugh a little bit. We now know everybody's nicknames and know a little something else about each other, but just understand that, and what we're sharing with you as well, is as you go through, I mentioned to you that this year is going to be harder than anything you've done before. And we're going to push, but where you're going is a process of improvement and a process of getting better and a process of putting things in place. There's going to be lots of pushback. There's going to be pushback, as Cindy shared earlier, from the community. That's going to be the whirlwind. But what we're talking about is, how do you keep the main thing, despite the whirlwind and everything else that's going on. So we'll continue to do that. Thank you all for engaging in that activity. And there's other things that we can share, but you want to dive in? Oh, you want to dive into this rule? You don't? Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to reconcile in my mind how we as a board are focusing. I believe you with regards to the 50% of your time should be about the goals and purpose and the monitoring of those, because I do think that is very legitimate. And I think that the community would be appreciative of that change. I personally think that the community would welcome, sorry. I personally think the community would welcome the bad data, because it's a change, and they know that it's bad. So knowing that you're not giving me accurate information is perceived as a lack of transparency and does not build trust. So that I don't think that that's a bad thing. What I'm trying to reconcile is everything that you said in supporting administration on the goals and guardrails is great. Spending 50% of our time, I buy into. But that's not all that that board members are really responsible for. We were responsible for the district in totality. And I remember our listening sessions where people, when we asked them about the goals and guardrails, hey, how do you perceive these? Do you think we're on the right track? I was in, if there were 10 sessions, over 50% of them, the community members said, is that all you're going to concentrate on? And we were very clear, and I just finally boiled it down to, we're going to just hold the superintendent accountable to these things, because that's how they understood it. But we do have a responsibility to other things, transportation, mental health of students, nurses. I mean, I'm just throwing out things that we are still responsible for. And so where my conundrum is I completely agree that a suggestion from the top could come down as an order. I do agree with that. But I also think that there's a thin line between a suggestion for the sake of, I think personally you should do this, and the historical perspective has always been, and informing awareness. And I'm not saying that I've always been, that I've always honed in that direction, but I'm just saying that there is a historical relevance and perspective that is significant in this situation, because we do have a new superintendent. And I think between the 7 of us, we all come from a variety of perspectives: community, teacher, excuse me, parent of little ones, parents of graduates. I mean, we have such a variety of information. In trying to reconcile what you've shared with that historical perspective being an awareness issue only, not a directive. I mean, I want to be very clear, not a directive, but this is what was done, and this is the action of that. And if you do the same thing, you may get the same action. I'm just saying, as simplistic as that, not putting extra things in there. It sounds to me like there's the desire to not say anything, because that's going to come across as a directive. And again, I still go back to the significance of trust, because I think that's where there has to be discernment of, I'm not giving you a directive, but I'm telling you what I hear and see in the community, and I'm sharing the historical wisdom that's there as well. Now, if it's not followed, there should be accountability if that is not followed per se, or at least included. And what I keep hearing board members say is, we need to know this information, because there's been that lack of awareness, there's been that lack of inclusion. And I would personally defer on, I'm telling you everything, because I don't want anybody to be blindsided, but that's just me. I want to understand in what you shared outside of goals and guardrails, because I think that some of what you shared is very applicable to goals and guardrails, but much of what you shared can be taken out of goals and guardrails and applied in totality to interactions between the board and the superintendent. How do we discern the things that are impacting the district outside of the goals and guardrails and maintain the historical perspective? Because that's, if the community is, if the boards is responsible to the community does have a say-so in understanding how they are, how the buildings are run outside of those goals and guardrails. So that's what I want to understand, that I think I'm processing that what you're sharing is specific to goals and guardrails and the interaction there, but it still needs a broader picture to me.
So I think I'll address that in a couple of different ways. The first of which is, yes, in fact, we did say 50% of your time is on student outcomes, but then there's another 50% of your time that can be spent on other things, other challenges, other issues that come up. But I'll share this with you as you're addressing those things, this context. And one of the things that, it's not this one, but it's a couple of others that we do. But one of the things that we talk about is there are 7 of you with 7 different kind of ideas, perspectives, as you just shared. who supervises, and I can't remember if we asked you this in our first retreat last year, but who supervises the superintendent? And yeah, who's that? The board in totality. It's not 7 individuals that are the superintendent supervisor, it's 1. And so the critical thing as you move forward, we'll talk to you more about this, but it's what are those things that rise to a need that the board as a whole says this is a need that we need to address, and that's critical. There are a lot of individual things that will come up. I individually may see something, but the board has to function, and the biggest challenge for all boards, the biggest challenge is how do we function as a unit versus functioning as 7 individuals. And one of the things that I share, Cindy actually said to me earlier, why don't you do the thing with your fingers now? And I said, no, I won't do it now. But one of the things I share is if a board acts as 7 individuals, what we know is that there's a lot less power acting this way than there is acting this way, acting as a unit. Your ability to act as a unit is what's required to generate enough force to move the district to actually improve student outcomes. If you try to do it as an individual, fixing individual problems, what you're going to do is create a disparate impact on the school system and not a forceful unitary impact on the school system. And so that's what we're sharing and trying to get to a process where, yes, there are other things that will come up, but do they rise to the level of the unit saying, this is going to move the needle? And there's some questions that are built in here. Even when we talk about questioning, you'll see it in the document where when you're asking questions, it's does this question move the district forward as a unit, or is it a disparate question that divides us? Does that make sense? That's going to be the hardest thing. It's going to be the biggest challenge. The second thing that you'll find that happens is as you set the guardrails, what will happen to the district is that a lot of those one-off things that where challenges will get resolved and won't. And I know you all beat up on me because you say, oh, everything else will take care of itself. I didn't say everything else will take care of itself. What I said was when you prioritize, as you start to hit those priorities, so as you start to hit the priorities that you've set in guardrails, things of that nature, the district, in order to function in a way that accomplishes the goals, let's take getting to school on time as an example, transportation. What the superintendent recognizes is that if kids get to school late every single day, the function of the bus system, it's working against me hitting my goals. So I recognize I've got to shore that up in order for me to hit my goals. And I can share with the superintendent can share with you, here's how we're shoring up attendance, or here's how we're shoring up transportation as another mechanism that we recognize we've got to address in order to accomplish the broader goals. But as a board, what you're focusing on is the broader governance issues. The superintendent recognizing I've got to fix those things, those operational things, in order to accomplish the goals. But as a board, you're saying, we want you to stay as focused as possible on the goals, knowing that there are other issues that will need to be shored up as we go. So it's not an either or, it's a how do we manage the whirlwind but stay focused on the goal. If you focus on the whirlwind, then you're going to lose sight of the goal. Does that make sense?
I agree with you. I think that what I'm afraid of is that what we're doing and spending a total amount of time on is going to be transformed into everything. That, you know what, hey, the athletic trainer issue is not an issue because we need to focus on the goals of government. No, there are significant things that come up that we need to focus on because the community is in an uproar. And I think that what you're saying with regards to goals and guardrails, absolutely on target. But I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, but as a board, is understanding, and I'm going to use Cindy as an example if she doesn't mind. Hopefully you won't mind. You won't know until after I've done it. But I'll give you, so you talked about the athletic trainer, so I'll use an athletic example that Cindy often shares. But there are lots of things that are going to come up that the district will need to address. So athletic trainer being one. There's different things where the district will say, okay, let's come up with another solution to that. But it's a management solution. It's not a board governance solution. So there's a difference. There's a difference between the district saying we've got to better manage that process versus the board saying we're going to help you better manage that process, because that's not your role. Your role is governance. The one that I'll use as an example is concussions were a big issue, and Cindy's laughing. But concussions in
She's
football,
turning her back to you.
she's turning her back to me, were a big issue in football several years ago. And you'll hear things in the media. And so the media, as you know, when we talked about discussions, the media was really jumped on concussions in football, what it means. Well, as the media did that, individual board members did the same thing. They said, well, wait a minute, well, what are we doing about concussions? And all of the emails to the superintendent were, what are we doing about concussions? What are we doing about concussions? When she did that to the superintendent, what she's essentially saying is, I think concussions are important. I'm going to send you lots of emails. But again, a suggestion from above is indistinguishable from a command. Immediately, the superintendent shifted focus to concussions in football. But is concussions in football, yes, is something that the district needs to think about and manage. But should all of their attention be directed to concussions in football and solving concussions in football? Of course not. But Cindy's role in being concerned about concussions in football completely took the district in a different direction. The superintendent and everyone. Does that make sense?
No, because
So
I don't understand how if she has to be accountable as a board member to the community in answering the district's response for how we're dealing with that.
It was Cindy's perception that concussions were important, because Cindy was reading the email. It wasn't, we went out and listened to the community. We went out and heard what the community said, and the community said concussions is important. That wasn't what happened. And that's why we're suggesting to you, one of the things we do as part of the process is we talk about listening to the community, and really the board representing the vision and the values of the community. If you've listened to the community, the goals and the guardrails that you said, which are the vision and the values of the community, that's where it is. There are different individual things that will come up, but they aren't the vision and the values of the community. They're, oh, I think concussions are important, so now I'm going to push the superintendent to do something about concussions, but it's my interpretation, it's not the board's interpretation. And so as you go, we'll continue to do that, but it's the board as a unit being able to do this and not this that will completely impact what the district is able to accomplish in terms of your goals. And that's what we're pushing toward. Does that make sense? There's lots of other individual issues that come up that are management issues. Okay.
I'm not talking about something that is specific to a board member. I'm talking about if the community has come to a board member and said, this is it. Let's say it's Spencer community, like we've got a school that came. They emailed every board member. And this is just a small one. They emailed all these board members. Okay, it's a community issue.
That's not the whole of Cincinnati community. That is, yeah, that's a Spencer school, but that's not the whole of the Cincinnati community. What you're listening for as a board is the whole of the Cincinnati community. And this is the other challenge I think will, I can't remember if we discussed this initially as well or not, but when you are elected to the board, who do you represent? As soon as you sit in the seat, who do you represent? The whole community? District, community? Who do you represent?
The people who voted for you. Sorry, the community
Everyone.
voted for you.
Just want to be clear. Who do you represent?
Everyone.
The whole community?
Yeah,
All right.
Everyone's eligible to vote for you.
No.
We talk about everyone who's eligible to vote for you, but is it just a certain constituency within the community? Is it just a certain neighborhood in the community?
No.
So when you're elected, it's the best interest of the 36,000 students, but it's the whole community. You're elected as a board to represent the whole community. So even when you get this school needs this or this school needs that, as a board, what you're saying to yourself is yes, we will share management issues that need to occur, but that's not our job. Our job is not to fix the broken window at the school that's in my neighborhood. Our job is to provide governance to the entire school district and represent the entire community, sharing those individual things, but it's a management issue to resolve, not a school board issue. So being able to distinguish between those would be
Right, not
it's part
talking,
of the adult behavior change that we talk
not
about.
talking in terms of individual issues, but using the finger analogy, if you
Mhm.
will. And this is something that is, I've come to believe over these years. And I said this in the same room when the first meeting we all had, and everybody said, oh, I don't think so. Superintendent is a smart person, whoever that is, has to serve each board member in some way, has to serve them, but should only do board work. There's a big difference in that, in my way of thinking. But here's the problem with board work, and this is part of the issue. It's wrong, for me anyway, it's wrong to try to marginalize any member of the board, because that's not going to be helpful. It's also bad to create factions that don't necessarily have to exist or should exist, or to find ways for board members or the superintendent or the treasurer or whomever, or the community, to try to divide the board. And that's one of the problems I have about like us trying to necessarily vote, because it's that get to 4 game that ultimately is going to be destructive. Because when you're trying to get to 4, then you're seeing 7 different people instead of, and maybe evolving into a majority. But that majority of the board is not the board. The board is all 7, so that the consensus model, and that's harder to govern from that. It's easier to vote, but finding a way to have a consensus among all 7 of us, I think is really hard governance. And however we all, and it's not just the responsibility of the president to get there, it's the responsibility of all of us to try to get there. And there are pitfalls along the way, and they're easy to fall into, or easy to kind of manipulate, but it's this consensus model, especially I think in an urban kind of experience where we all do represent different constituencies or whatever. I just think that we really need to focus on all 7 as one, rather than 7 separates.
As a board, it would help you immensely, but we aren't naive enough to believe that you'll always be a consensus of 7 on
Right.
every single
Oh,
issue
no.
that comes up. I think the bigger challenge is, and if you think about it the way you just described it, consensus of 7 is ideal. Sometimes it goes 5-2, sometimes it goes 4-3. Where the governance process breaks down wholly is it when it becomes 7 individuals and 7 unique supervisors of the superintendent.
Mm-hmm.
Then your power, you diminish your power significantly when you get to that space,
Mm-hmm.
because what essentially happens to the district is the district will lose focus, because it will become a district that is responding to the individual suggestions of 7 different board members, and you're tossing lots of balls into the ring and hoping that the superintendent can juggle them. And I can tell you that the superintendent can't juggle it,
Mm-hmm.
and the district will lose focus. So, but you're exactly right. That's the ideal. It's not, we're not naive enough to believe you'll always get there. Sometimes it will be 4-3. It's 4-3. The board as a whole has spoken, even though not all members agree. You're not going to all agree, but that 4-3 says that the board as a whole has spoken, superintendent. Now we're coming to you as this is where we.
And once
where
that
we
has
move.
happened, we have to be united. We don't then peel off from one another.
Exactly.
That's different than the
Exactly.
city council or anybody else.
Yep. And I think looking at it as an individual, I'm going to bring ideas to the board. My colleagues aren't always going to agree with me. And I'll use another example from the superintendent. I'll flip it, Eve, if this makes sense. Talking to a superintendent who said, I brought had a wonderful idea. Here's what I wanted to do. I brought it to the board. My staff and I had talked about it. This is what we wanted to do. Brought it to the board. Board voted it down. And he said, the superintendent said, my board voted down my great idea because this is what I wanted to accomplish. He said, what it told me was I needed to go back and rethink that idea. My staff and I went back. We revised the idea. We talked about it again. And he said, in the end, the board was right. The way I wanted to do it originally wasn't the best way to do it. But the board forced me to rethink what I was doing, make adjustments to what I was doing. And then next time I brought it to them, they supported it. But it's the same concept that the board typically will be right. The superintendent may not always be right individually. And if the board disagrees and the board votes down something, then the superintendent has to be strong enough to say, they didn't like that idea, I need to revisit it. Does that make sense? And so it's the same process even for individual board members. My colleagues may not always like what I bring, but maybe they're right. Maybe it's because I need to make adjustments in what I'm proposing or what I'm doing or what I'm suggesting so that we begin to build more of a consensus or get as close to consensus as we go through the process as possible.
To belabor, for the example, would be a superintendent bringing options, as she did for the transportation discussions, versus recommendation. There's plural of options for us, even if they are all the ones that could work, and it would be all right no matter what we decided or something, which is fine. Or I don't know that's true, but options versus recommendation also allows the board to continue to work toward a consensus, whereas the majority of us, once it's a recommendation, we're going to want to defer to the superintendent. So options versus recommendations helps the board, I think, stay somewhat united.
Yeah, there may not be any other good options other
That's
than
right, all
one.
bad.
Yeah, so that really depends on the circumstance. But yep, your ability, you are correct, and I hope I've answered your question just in terms of, yes, there are other items that will come up, most of which are usually management types of things, which really is school district fix this management issue. But making sure that as a board, you're focused on the work of governance and the work of making sure that the main thing stays the main thing. Your ability to do that will really determine the district's ability to. Is anything you want?
All right. So we're, and all of these conversations can be to be continued as you all continue working through the process and aligning the various work you do to get the monitoring work done and allow focus. But we are coming to the end of our time together, so we're going to do the one-word thing where I'll ask you all to go around and one word that you take away from our time together today. And don't have to go in order. Whoever wants to can just popcorn around however you all decide.
Hopeful.
Hopeful, thanks. You can. You don't have to have unique words. Yep. Togetherness, thank you. Optimistic, thank you.
I was going to say optimistic too, but
you can still say it.
I was going to say hopeful or optimistic. But since I can't repeat, I can't.
You can repeat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay to have the same word. Optimistic. Gratitude. Thank you. Validating. Thank you.
One word would be ready.
Ready. Thank you. Dr. Moffitt, I think you're left.
Interesting.
Interesting. Thank you. And what will you take away from our time together? If you would like to share, and it doesn't have to be just one word.
Self-reflection.
Self-reflection.
I was reminded, a few folks called out the piece about the board culture, impacting in the classroom. And it's not that I don't think I was aware of that, but I was reminded of it, I think, in a good way today.
Yeah, being reminded of that culture impacting the classroom. Thanks. Who else?
But the other is change is hard because it's a fear of what we are losing.
Yeah.
So what are we giving?
Yeah. What are we giving up? That's that adult behavior change.
I was just thinking about how much has changed in 2 years. I was thinking about it wasn't too long ago in this room that we were interviewing Aranetta, and I think the number of things was in this room that we did our first retreat with Cindy and Ray. It was in this room that we had that late board meeting where we wrote the drafts of the goals and guardrails with Cindy when she was here. And so a lot's happened in this room, and a lot's happened in this room with this group of people. And part of the reason I shared gratitude was I'm really grateful for all of that time that every single person in here has spent moving those things forward. And that's not to say that there isn't an enormous amount that still needs to happen. But I'm really grateful for the things that have been done with everybody in this room, including Rob. For the last 2 years. So thank you. I'm excited for what's next, and that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. Mary, I see your light on.
I think for me, I'm just looking forward to moving forward. And so I use the word togetherness, and I think working together for the betterment of our student outcomes.
Yeah, thank you.
I think two things for me. I think the experience has taught me that there are some things that even when faced with change, there are things I have no interest in changing and don't want to because they've been valued for some period of time or that they've worked. So that's one thing. And change, okay, but there are things that needed to change, which is why we hired the superintendent. The other piece is that I know it's hard. It's like back in the ancient days of the 70s when you when I was teaching, and indeed it was modular scheduling instead of 7-period days or whatever, and there were classrooms without walls and whatever. All that modular scheduling was harder to be a principal under that situation than in a highly structured situation, and same for a teacher. Because if you're teaching government and somebody else is teaching some aspects of health next door that I won't go into, you better make the amendments pretty interesting. So, but the hardest way to lead is collaboratively. And that's true for the superintendent, and that's true for the board. I mean, we have to be collaborative with one another, and we have to be collaborative with the superintendent and the treasurer and whomever else. But collaboration is very hard, and change isn't always good, but often it is. But there are things that culture can value and want to preserve. I think it's very simple in that way.
Thank you, Eve.
You know, I was just thinking a little moment here. I was one of my world of my friends and stuff. I'm the one that brings humor and stuff, and then I realized on the board here we always have Eve. So. Always a tough act to follow, but I think one thing that really rings true in my head for a lot of the work that we do and a lot of the work we're going to do going forward and a lot of the results is that it truly is, and not to steal from like where I go to is more the music world, but you know, the idea of one band, one sound, right? From like the drumline idea. Like if a band's going to be a great band, every person in that band has to be committed to the roles that they play to make the collective sound good. And one person can make the full sound great at the add-on, but one person can also make the sound terrible. And, you know, any person who's playing the band always knows the experience of when that one person's not, when, you know, you have one or two people who are throwing you off, it's like you work together. And it may not be that one person is wrong, or it may not be that those 5 people are wrong. And so I think one of the struggles we have in our district as a whole is that sometimes it almost feels like we're all playing different songs at the same time, right? Like it's that like principals are playing one song, teachers are playing another song, the students are trying to figure out what song they're supposed to be learning. Administration's got a different song that they're like, we're not even the right book. And in some ways, what this work requires of us is to sit down and say we're dedicated to focusing on what we all agree is the thing we're going to do. And I think that sometimes can be really hard because that means we all have to agree, play the same song together. And that, to Eve's point earlier, sometimes that requires us to have the conversation about what song we're going to play together first, before we go out to have that conversation on the outside. And sometimes that is just one of those things where we all have to accept different parts, different roles, different responsibilities. And again, all of that I think is just, it's a very challenging thing to do when you are under such high pressure to do it perfect every time of the day, every second of the day, in every space that you're in. Because you get one, I remember the first day that Mary and Doc and I joined the board, we all get lovely messages sent to us about either you agreed with us not sending people back home, or you disagreed with people sending them back home. And like it's hard to sit in that space where people are never going to always love you, never going to always hate you, but that you know that you're doing the right thing because you're getting the right results. So like that's, for me, it was kind of the thing I took away from a lot of this, that it is a collective thing that we all have to be working together in our parts.
Can I add one more piece to Brandon's awesome analogy? As somebody in a band.
Yeah, one band, one sound.
All of that, yes, and then we also have to be okay with not everybody wanting to buy our record or liking our songs. It's basically what you said, but the analogy resonated with me.
Can I add something to that? I
Sure.
said self-reflection, and I want to add to that
Sure.
because I think that with me being the board member that's going off the board, and with yes, it's been really hard for me. I have appreciated being a part of this, but it's been really hard for me to stay connected to because it's easy for me to disconnect from all the mess and crap and all of that. And so the self-reflection part is making sure that at least for the few months that I'm here to do my part to make sure that we are working as a unit. And I have differences of opinion about what people have said or how they approach it or whatever, but really working hard to respect where they are in their space, but thinking more about what can I do to help or support or add to that. So that's 3 months. I got to work on that. So, what'd you say? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as a point of closing, Ray and I were with another district where one of the board members threw it back to us to give our one-word reflection, and I kid you not, I couldn't do it. I think I gave 5 words, but I will give one word, and that is gratitude. That's my one word. My follow-up to that is, Ben, you mentioned all of the time spent in this room, the various decisions and things that have happened in this room, and I just want to express my gratitude for being along on your journey and for those times and the times that I see ahead, and for your openness. And that was a lot of fun over there. So thank you for doing that, and I'm grateful for being a part of that.
And I know it's 4:30, so I'll be really, really quick. My one word is be uplifting. So it's always a pleasure to be in your presence. I do want to address one thing that Eve raised earlier, and that is the contract with the council. The answer is yes, there is a second contract. When we started the process, we talked about working with you for 2 years. It was $20,000 for year 1 and $20,000 for year 2. And so there is another contract. It is, like I said, it is far less than what it actually cost us. So I told a board the other day, not working with you actually benefits me because I don't have to go out and raise the other money to cover the difference, but is why we're here. So the answer to your question is yes. It is a 2-year process, 20 the first, 20 the second, but it covers our time, and then travel is outside of that. But
It's in the pipeline, that's great.
okay,
We're
so I
definitely-
just wanted to make sure we were clear and transparent about that.
Cool.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Having no other business before us,
Hit the-
We'll adjourn.
Thanks,